All right, can you hear me? Can't speak up.
Are we live?
I don't think I can hear you.
I don't know if we're live.
You are, they can hear you.
Okay. All right. Well, hello. Welcome to Redneckonomics. My name is Stevie, and tonight I have a picture of my husband, Monotalk, James with Monotalk. Are you here?
Am I coming on?
Yeah.
Oh, it's good.
Whenever he decides to come join us, he's here. Good to see everybody though. Austin, got Tony watches closely, and Rosenfield 10, which I haven't seen him in a while, so it's good to always see people from the past in here.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, now we're here. Okay, we're all. Yeah, my lighting's weird too because I switched the light bulbs out, but whatever. Okay, you look good.
Feeling good, Lewis. That's from Trading Places. Just letting you know.
All right. So
With Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. And I'm dating
seen it.
myself, but it's a classic. Right? The Dukes. I'll bet you $1 that we could make some slum kid con artist a millionaire and a reputable lawyer, blah, 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 a poor beggar. And they did it. And it's like they fuck with everybody. Go ahead. You were saying.
Yeah. So we've got several things lined up for tonight. What did you have in mind?
Oh, I have my.
Considering YouTube's after you yet again. It's what, your second strike on your third channel?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Do you want to know why?
Because you are not a blind submissive sheep that just goes along with whatever Rachel Maddow says.
Or Jimmy Dore says.
Oh man, I was hoping we would go one live stream.
Yeah, I will actually question authority and its source at every turn. I will ask every question, leave no stone unturned. Because 2021 has just been such a fucking nightmare for billions of people on the planet. And so many people are just we'll just especially in the United States because we're the greatest consumers. We love the show. We love the hype. Everybody, nobody here, but mostly everybody that I know that watches anything, well, they get all their decisions and all their information from mainstream media. We're talking Fox, we're talking MSNBC, CNN. It's, oh my God, I gotta have my CNN, I gotta have my Fox, I gotta have my, Al Jazeera. I mean, even RT, which I think RT's got some good shows. And what's interesting is not too as the publications, Washington Post, New York Times, fucking LA Times, Huffington Post, and you have NPR, which is a part of PBS, which is a part of, mega donors, big pharma, Pfizer and all that stuff. And then you have, the Associated Press, which is, in the pockets of all the predatory donor class. And, I tried to prove it to somebody the other day. No, that's not them. I said, did you read the information I gave you? No, I ain't gonna fucking click on that clickbait. I go, dude, it's not even clickbait. It's just fucking in your face proof that these supposed media entities and corporations don't give a fuck about you. They don't, And the sad thing is the guy that's doing this from his, office room or his garage or something like that. That's, we're not even selling anything. We are just basically trying to let everybody know that there are some very nefarious things happening out there. And if you go with the narrative and the talking points and the marketing and the branding and the labeling and the logos and the hyperbolic nonsense that's constantly pounded into your brain, you're going to believe them. But there's people out there that get it. I think most of the people, definitely everybody here right now, gets that process. The sad thing is we're not reaching enough people. I know that Steve of Slow News Day and Glory, Convo Couch is doing a good job. Of course, Whitney Webb, amazing. Derek Bros, amazing. Ryan Christensen, amazing. Howl Underground. Misty has Facts on the Ground. And a few others out there. I'm probably missing Spiro, Anomaly, and a bunch of people. High Impact. Who else? Yell Bro.
Franco.
Yell.
Propaganda.
Yell Bro. And a bunch of others that I'm missing. But
and Teddy just lost his channel. Gion Journal. I did a live stream with him one time with it was me, him, and Steve, and he's right on the same page with us when it comes to everything, COVID, vaccines, all that stuff. So he's done extensive work in this, pretty much like you are, and he got his channel just deleted. So he's in that same boat. I feel so bad for him. It's so hard to have put so much of your work and your life into something and just to have it erased. I mean, I know you backed up a lot of your stuff on Odyssey in places, but still, I mean, that didn't get everything. And then, all that work that you put into your channel, it's rough. And now you're on your third channel, second strike, it's not right. It's not right. So we got to start having more solutions that are community based, because the algorithm, the shadow banning, the even comments on live streams get deleted. I mean, you can't have a conversation anymore. I don't even know half the time when I'm saying something in a comment, is it ever actually going to be seen? Because they delete those all the time. So we can't even have a conversation, not to mention a channel or anything else. It's really rough. I mean, it has to be word of mouth, people, sharing and informing other people of like, hey, I found this one channel and, it got deleted, but you can go check them out over here. I mean, it's going to have to be like a concerted effort to make sure that you stay up to date on information and following the people that, you look to for news and information, because sometimes they'll just unsubscribe you and stuff, and you don't even notice it until you're like, I haven't seen anything from so-and-so in a while. Huh? What's going on there? So we're up against a machine. We're up against the machine right now, and it's hard for everybody. But I just know how rough it is because you've been doing this for years. I mean, what, 7 years? I mean, before you had started doing YouTube stuff, you were on like Blog Talk Radio, and I mean, this has been over a decade, right?
Well, since 2014, I've had Blog Talk Radio, did like 70 shows. I didn't really understand YouTube, but 7 years of, or 6 or 7 years of YouTube, and over 500 videos that I tried to save, most of them I did. But what I'm really getting to is if, and I've always said, I don't care about the subscribers. For me, all I care about is that the information goes out, is that my questions are your questions, and that hopefully you have questions about my questions. Some people don't even ask questions, and then when they do ask questions, I'll come right back with an answer, because I never had a ton of subscribers. But I want those people that are asking those questions to ask others those questions, people that are able to get into the ear of our supposed public servants or our corrupted departmental leaders, and ask them the questions that need to be answered, and then a follow-up question, and then questioning the answer that they give, which never fucking happens. So my point is we need more people out there. They're cutting off as many people as possible, and for some reason they always cut my show off, or they strike me right before I'm going to go on the same day. It's been like clockwork. And the show that they took down that had the community guidelines, whatever their bullshit is, was over a month ago, and I had tons of other shit after that. And then I've had a show on like this, and then like 2 days later they'll yank me. So from what I think the algorithms are, just guessing and kind of putting the dots together, is there's AI out there to look at certain phrases, certain words, certain things they don't want people to say, and then it puts up a flag. And if it's so many times, it might pick up a bigger flag or more flags. Once you get so many flags that, the predator donor class, or the new tyrannical draconian corporate government that's currently running everything, and they've stated, and they've been caught red-handed, that they're actually influencing these social media platforms all over the place. And this is via the predator donor class, which I don't like to call them oligarchs, because they're not worthy of that name. They're just a bunch of fucking criminals. But the thing,
like parasitic.
Yeah, I know you always do the parasitic predator.
Yeah,
class.
I mean, like that's like the lowest of low. Like you can't even survive on your own, dude. You're just a parasite. Like you're not a predator. You're not like an apex fucking predator out there. You're a bunch of wimpy little fleas, basically. You're fleas. You're fleas.
Yeah, we're expendable. But so for me, and for others that don't have gigantic amounts of subscribers, etc. I mean, somebody else I forgot to bring up was Zoom Politicon. She's got some good stuff as well. And what she's doing actually is she'll come on YouTube, say, I'm going to be talking about this, and this, and then she'll go to Rockfin, or she'll go to Minds, or she'll go to BitChute, or she'll put up her stuff there. I mean, who else just did that? Who's the lady? It'll come to me. But anyway, and a lot of others are doing that same thing. Sadly, we have to do that. Pathetically, and not accidentally, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to pull us off the most popular platforms where we could reach the most people to just have these discussions, to debate, to bring up. I bring up my information, you bring up. I mean, I've asked doctor after doctor after doctor after jab pusher after jab pusher after jab pusher. I say, bring your information. Come and talk to me on my show anytime. You bring what you got, and they always decline. You should see it. I have people witnessing it on Facebook and on Twitter constantly. Why would I want to get... I'm just saying, you want everybody to take the fucking jab, right? You want everybody to take this thing, this horrific solution, which we don't know what we kind of had a pretty good idea of what's starting to do now, as the numbers are getting horrifically worse as by the minute, as far as the adverse effects. But they don't come on because they know there are people out there that have ammunition. There are people out there that have verbatim information hypocrisy coming from these departmental leaders, the shit they've said, ex-departmental leaders, and their own website that's of the CDC and the NIH and the NIH and the DHHL and all these supposed places that give a fuck about you. They contradict themselves constantly. They've been proven that most of their information, or at least all of it at this point, is farcical, false, and fake, and wrong, and inaccurate. It's happened over and over and over again. But here's the problem. Again, we need more people to listen to this. So if you're out there and you see this, share it with people so they'll understand. And if they don't like what I'm saying, leave a comment. I always respond to the comment, always, right? And sadly, I hope one day that I don't get that big where I can't respond. But we need all of us to be on the same page, talking about the same things, getting the same information out. And, in a little bit, I'll start to share that information with you tonight on Redneckonomics. Anyway, I just want to say, most importantly, if you're out there and you know that and you're like, I don't know, man, this doesn't seem right. I mean, Fauci's flip-flopped like 20, 30 times. He's been caught like wearing a mask, and then when the camera goes on, he puts it on. He said it's no mask, yes a mask, 2 masks, and then he says, it's the variant, then there's the Delta, and then now we have people saying that the Delta and the side effects of the Delta are now going to be used as the COVID cases. It's Dr. Malone just put out, Robert Malone, I think his name is, and he was on with Duke. He did an interview with her, and I think he's also been on with Ryan Christensen. He's saying that the variant isn't the variant. The variant is the vaccine.
Tenderlungs had a very good point.
What?
To make a page on Twitter.
Everybody. Cheers to you guys. It's my Friday night.
He said make a page on Twitter or whatever to put screenshots of people not responding or denying interviews where everyone can post them to build the case. So yeah, that would be a great idea. Like let's do that.
Could you repeat that one more time? I'd like that.
Have a Twitter, make a page on Twitter or whatever to put screenshots of people not responding or denying interviews where everyone can post them to build the case. Because I mean, like, do you not, if you feel like, if you totally disagree and you feel like you have all the correct information, would you want to like share that? Wouldn't you want to talk to people that are genuinely like interested in hearing you out? I mean, it makes sense to me, but oftentimes when this happens, one of two things happens. Either you get what? You get called a Trump supporter and blocked, which you're not, or you just get straight up blocked because it's just like, I can't hear you, la, 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 la. Like, we're willing to have a conversation. I mean, I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. I'm willing to be open to new information, but for some reason, they don't want to have that conversation. It's like, why wouldn't you want to do that? If you have all this information that you think is that makes you right, why would you not want to share that with somebody? It's mind-boggling, but they can't because they don't have it. They just don't have it to back it up.
So I like what the abolished politician says. Tony, I'm working on a degree in psychology, and I can tell you that it's so much deeper than that. Facial emotions are a cornerstone of our civilization. Yeah, so when they block the face, I mean, that's part of it. Psychology, and I'm glad you brought this up, Abolish, because this is good stuff. I've been in marketing for a long time. I've been in sales for a long time. I've been in customer service, etc. I've been to seminar after seminar, training course after training course, and I know what a proposal is. I've done some for hundreds of thousands to $1 million solar programs that I've offered to businesses throughout the LA Valley and around LA and in California, and Atlantic Storm, CladX, Dark Winter, SPARS, Event 201, and I've said this many times, and this is probably why I get yanked, is those are proposals. Because a lot of proposals, they'll give you the perspective, they want to see the financials and how things work, and then they want to see how it'll be presented and what could be the outcome and what could you see that'll happen. And these were very well done proposals. And what happened is they sold this one. This one got bought by the predator donor class, or just a handful of billionaires that says, let's fucking do this. I want more land. I want more space. I want to own more. And with all these people around getting more successful, billionaires are going to start plaguing the earth. And this is their thinking. I want to be, in my family and the people I know, to be the only billionaires out there and trillionaires, etc. And this is their thinking. And it's really sad because this is actually happening right now. So and it's all a big marketing thing. It's all sales. It's all public. Yes, thank you. Public relations for sure, right? Labeling, branding over and over and over and over again. Fear, right? But the problem that they're running into right now is their candy, their carrot isn't working out that well. The carrot they're stabbing you with, it's not doing as well as they'd like it to do, because it's not. They're seeing some serious side effects. We've got a whistleblower from the CDC just recently said there was like 50,000 people plus and counting by minute that are actually fucking dying from this thing. By the end of this year, there could be actually more deaths from this jab than what has actually been recorded, which should have been. What I'm saying is they were recording last year of 600,000 deaths in the United States. That was wrong. I can prove it's wrong. They exaggerated by over 1,600%. I've got the information. I've got the data. I have people that have wrote the papers and made a clear assessment because the coding was wrong, right? If you jump off a bridge and land on the rock and kill yourself, they'll take you in and get tested. You died from COVID. But the problem is they've just revoked and suspended in December 31st the PCR test. This they put it out themselves. They said they don't want to use it anymore, right? That it's not working, but they're still using it, and the cycles that they use for detection are way off the charts. They're wrong. You can detect for an infection, a bad infection, a bad virus, or any virus, or a bacteria. What did I say it was? A bacteria, a virus, or an infection.
Yeah,
Or an infection. Anything that
infection.
gets your
Even
immune
if you have
system
like
to,
high levels of stress too.
yeah, just high level stress. You could, but they just don't work anyway. They've been wrong. So with knowing that this has been wrong, right, and knowing that it's bullshit, right, and hello, no, just please let me finish, okay? And I've gone through this before, right, and this is one of probably the reasons why they've come down on me, is because there are flus. People that have diabetes and have a hard time with these things. Yes, this happens. But if you are getting marked for something that's not really being tested correctly and has not yet even been isolated, then why are we using these numbers? There's a lot of things that are happening out there that people may not still understand, and I have information that I could easily share with you and show you. I can put it on this show. After tonight, after I show you a little bit of this information, we're probably going to put this up on BitChute. She's creating a bit. What other accounts do you have out there besides YouTube?
I have Odyssey.
Yeah, we're going to
Right
put it
now.
on Odyssey for you guys, but we can't leave it here because I'm going to show you guys some really fun and exciting things. Okay, so go ahead. Let me prepare something real quick if you don't mind.
Yeah. So what I'd like to start doing is actually getting together and in communities. Like we've talked about it a lot on Discord, but getting together and making pamphlets, flyers, things like that. I know Propaganda, he's been doing that a lot lately, which is, doing like community stuff. He's done, like t-shirts for the homeless and things like that. So, I want to do like a brainstorming
And we have been
session,
talking to
where we figure out how to do our pamphlets. I've been looking for my freaking notes, which I don't know, because I've got like this, and this one, and I don't know, you can't see it, but I've got a ton of binders. I've got binders and notebooks and binders and everything, all full of information. See, now this is where my hesitancy towards using technology comes and bites me in the ass, because if this was a document on my computer, I could just go through and search for the keywords in it, but I can't do that because I wrote it all out. I have to go through it and see, because there's one whole section there that I was trying to come up with a pamphlet, and I condensed down a lot of information about like cult mentality and things like that. Like, hey, just be aware.
David, I'm sorry you have kept
If you're starting to
clear
see this or
and
that,
you own
in
the
your
patent on
group that you're a part of, you're in a cult. Like, just trying to get the word out of, hey, just be wary of like the cult tactics. Don't to try to keep people from falling victim to like another promise of like some savior coming in and changing your life, which is not. There's people that will help other people, but nobody's going to save anybody else. We have to save ourselves. So anybody that's promising you that is full of shit, unless they're saying, hey, we can help you if you do this. Like, we need you to like step up to the part in your community, but nothing's ever given for free, which is what these cultists
public
like
understanding
promise.
of the
Just,
need for
just
medical
give us your money
countermeasures,
and you can get into heaven,
such as
or
quite
give us
quite a
your
long time
houses and
vaccine,
you
which
you
is
can go live
what
on the
was
commune or whatever it is.
could have been
But,
known by any means other than
yeah,
insider
it's always
information
something like that.
fact
But I
checking
wish I
that
could
has
put
been
his
done.
notes, because it would be so good for a pamphlet. But that's what it's going to come down to, because online right now we're being censored way too much. I mean, James is well aware of this. Slow News Day is going through it. Convo Couch has been through it. Franco's been through it. T-Lab is enemy number one at this point on the internet. Like, nobody is fucking with T-Lab right now. Like, was it PayPal just booted him? I mean, he's been booted from YouTube. I mean, every single platform has censored him.
I mean,
Yeah.
how in the I got to talk about this because this is just crazy.
Dude, I mean, it's bad. Like,
No.
they said, fuck this guy in particular. You are not allowed on the internet.
Yeah.
And they're going after his money too, because they know that that's what works. That's the thing. They know by going after people's money that you can get them to stop. And it's very telling on their end. It's like, so why don't we just like flip that on them? Like, let's go after their money, because that's how they get us to behave. I don't know. But
Ever, sorry, it's in a small screen. Ever Rennie says, I think science is for everyone, but it seems like it takes actual science to understand science. So science is always an evolution. Always in evolutions. Papers that are placed out there by scholars and scientists and engineers, whatever, those papers, at least 55-60% of them are inaccurate or wrong. A lot of those papers are only pushed forward from a group of people in that same ring of people, push it forward and say that it's working and it does well. There's a lot of the papers that go out to the public, there's a lot backing that. There are people that are they're actually in a sense cells of people that will know that Bob's sending out a paper on some information, and I want all you other 140 people to push it to say it's correct, even though it's not. And Big Pharma does this all the time. When it comes to science itself, science is an evolutionary process. It is never final, because if you can't question science, if you can't dissect, the frog, because even though they dissect the frog when you're a kid, I don't know if you ever did this, but I did. We dissected a frog. Did you ever dissect the frog? Yes. It was fucking bad.
no, I dissected a frog, and I accidentally popped its gallbladder and it squirted in my mouth. It was the nastiest thing ever. I was
Oh
10
my
years
God.
old.
Oh my
It was
God.
so gross.
Oh my God, that is so nasty. That is so nasty. So, yeah, science is always evolving. It has to. So trusting science should never be trusted. You should never trust exact science can always be shaped, shifted, and moved and changed and altered. There's a
Scientists don't trust science. That's their job.
yes.
That's their job.
Scientists don't trust science. That's part of it. Science is just a constantly evolving thing. When it comes out to tests and the way things work, etc., one thing's wet, another thing's dry. Black is black and white is white. But you could also go as far as to say, so is dark matter energyless? Has no energy? Well, they're finding out that it's probably the most powerful thing on the planet, but let's not go there. The point I'm trying to make, and it's a good point that Evernui brought up. Yeah, it's Evernui. Thank you for bringing that. Is that to say that you're the person that will be the final say is horrific. Is the worst thing you could say. Because Carl Sagan used to say, da 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 da, but I don't know everything. If you're that guy saying you know everything, guess what? You don't know shit. I love being that guy that says, I don't know everything, but I sure would like to know more. That's what you have to be. That's part of critical thinking, which, by the way, the New York Times says is stupid. Don't go down that rabbit hole of critical thinking, right? Oh, no, we have to fucking use our brain. That guy should have been, I don't remember his name, but he actually put that article out. Don't go down the rabbit hole. There's something, critical thinking is not going to help you or something like that. This is the thing this is the problem that a lot of people have when it comes to this marketing. They trust biblically, they trust with all their heart and soul. If Rachel Maddow says you need to kill or dismember or hurt that person next door to you because they're actually going to blah, 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 could you imagine how many people would actually do that? Could you imagine how many people would do that if Sean Hannity said, you need to go next door and shoot that guy? Or you need to run over those people with that car? Could you imagine how many people are so easily influenced? This is Jim Jones. COVID is Jim Jones on a global scale. When you're talking about Kool-Aid, it's a
Flavor Aid.
I'm sorry?
It was Flavor Aid.
Flavor Aid?
Yeah, he used Flavor Aid. Hey, he wasn't going to spring for the good stuff on
Right?
that.
Flavor Aid, right? It's at a global scale. Look, my thing is, I'm serious. I really see horrific things happening in the future. They're already starting to blame the Delta on the mRNA side effects, right? So when people are going in, oh my God, they had the shot. Oh God, they had the mRNA. They're COVID. It's a COVID case. Yeah, it's a Delta COVID case. That's how we'll list it.
I wish you had that one screenshot that just perfectly summed it up, because it was this guy saying that he was double vaccinated, right? And then he goes on to say that he tested positive for COVID. And then he goes, everybody stay safe, get vaccinated. I'm like,
I still got that.
because you got double vaccinated and you're not safe. So, but he just went right back to that same thinking, the same point that just he's vomiting up that he heard from somebody else. That's not an original thought. And I was listening to Tim Dillon this week, and he said this. It's like when you hear people talking and you hear them say something that's not you. That's not your thought. That's not an original thought. That's something that is algorithm approved. That's been tested with these test groups of how well it's received, or, I mean, like unhoused. Don't say unhoused. Please don't say unhoused. They're homeless. It's an ugly, nasty word because it's an ugly, nasty thing that they're going through. Okay, don't sanitize it with unhoused. That's what I hear when I hear unhoused. Like, that's what it is. And that's what some of these people are saying. Is just like, these aren't your thoughts. These are, just come up with your own words to describe this thing that you just went through. You just got double vaccinated and you still test positive. Use your words, because their words just led you down a path that got you fucked over, right? So don't use their words anymore. Use yours, because your words are much more important right now, because their words are make no sense. Stay safe, get vaccinated, even though I just tested positive. What do you do with that? I mean, that broke my brain that night. I was like, what did you just say? Wrong with those two sentences?
Now wait, I thought it was somebody just fucking with us. I thought it was somebody fucking around with people
like a
on
spoof
Twitter,
or something, like a parody, like,
right? Or
not
just
really.
saying, you know what? But the guy is actually serious. He's all over. He's get vaccinated, get vaccinated, get vaccinated. COVID is real. Feel the fear because it's real, And then now he's telling everybody. And now they're saying oh, I've got a clip I got to show you guys pretty soon too. But that's a good one. That's a good one. And this is insanity. So, and I really believe this at this point. I'm going to tell you right now. You will start to see people that that have taken the mRNA. I don't know about the Johnson & Johnson and the other one, because those are kind of like, they've came down on those, but they don't have the mRNA, which is bad but anyway. So you will actually start to see it, and you'll know it when you start talking to them. It may not be a month from now, it could be a year or so from now, but their cognitive abilities, physically, mentally, socially, will start to deteriorate. This is going to start happening, and you're going to see it everywhere. And you're going to actually start seeing people getting into car accidents, and you're going to actually start seeing trucks going off the road. You're actually going to see, things happening that you've probably never seen before. And these people are going to need blood. And what blood are they going to get? People that get hurt from this, that don't have that experimental solution inside of them, right? They're going to get the same fucking blood. It's going to turn into a compounding nightmare. You may not think that right now, and maybe I'm already seeing the evidence. I'm actually talking to people that aren't making any sense on Facebook and Twitter already. Are you understanding the words you're saying? I mean, I'm actually trying to give you the information that you're seeking. You say, what information can I give you? And I said, well, it's right here. Why don't you just go over it and let me know what you think? Why would I want to do that? Da 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 da. And then they'll burble out something that makes absolutely no sense. But you're going to start to see some seriously, degraded. You're going to see some degraded abilities from people pretty soon, and it's going to be at an epic. It's going to be at a pandemic level, in a sense, and this guy's already showing it. It seems, but what was that other? There was something you said. Okay, if you have something to say, let me bring up this video real quick. Hang on.
So have you been able to make any headway as far as how they're able to tell what process they're using to link the vaccination to the death or the side effects?
What exactly are they doing? Here, I'll show you.
What exactly are they doing?
No, okay. So this guy, let me see, is it up? I wonder if it's up. Because this guy came out. Peter Miller, he's an ex-whistleblower with the CDC. He claims the injections have already killed over 50,000 people. Most of those people have already taken the second dose. Most of these people have taken the second mRNA, right? So that information, hold on. Your internet's giving you the Oompa Loompas, the Gremlins, right? Where is it? Oh, I think it's in my other Facebook. Damn it, it's in my other Facebook. Hold on. Wait, this is a good one. This is one of my favorites. Right here, the Great Reset. Yeah, so people are coming in. They're having issues. God darn it. I can't. If I get off of here, I got to go on over there. So let me just play this real quick, okay? Give me a second. I was getting to this. I'll get to that in a minute. Looking for it. It has to do with this, and I'll show you in a second. It has to do with this class action lawsuit in Anaheim. And if you look into it, they want to know who's testing what, because they got a clause in there, and I don't have it here in front of me. Maybe I posted it. Give me a moment. If you go through the lawsuit, hold on. It's in here somewhere. I got it. Not there, not there. This is my, what did you call this? My other Facebook? You called it a what? Shell account.
Or a sock puppet account, something like that.
Sock puppet account, yeah.
You don't have any personal information there.
No, this is my don't give a shit account. So I'm going hard. Where is it? It's probably in here somewhere. God darn, I could have sworn I... Try it. Facebook. Oh yeah, they took this video down. So let me get to that and see if it comes up. This is the one I'm talking about where David Martin and Rainier Fulmich go over the patenting and all that. But that's not part of it. Hang on. I'll find it in a little bit. I'm not going to keep doing this. I wanted to show you something else real quick, but let me get to that's good. I need to show you in that clause where they want to know what they're testing for and how they're testing for it and who are they testing. Do you see what I'm saying? And they're refusing to bring that information out. So let me go to here real fast. Give me a second. All right. Let me get to that. Just a second. There we go. Let me play this real quick. Let me get to that. Just a second. There. Hold on. Yeah, I got it up. Hold on. No, I got it. Yeah, I'm trying to get you booted. it's not hard.
It's about, apparently it is for some people. And I'm like, I am a threat. I am a danger. Like, and they're not taking me seriously.
Yeah, once I got hit the first time with my first channel, and I'm on my third, I knew right there that they were on me. Once you get your first, you're flagged. You're one of the, you're not on the naughty list. You know, you're on Santa's naughty list, right? So let me just go over this. I'm just going to show you a little bit of this.
Saying that somehow or another CDC has nothing to do with this particular patent or this particular pathogen is beyond both the literal credibility of the published sequences, and it's also beyond credulity when it comes to the ICTV.
So I'm not going to play all that. I just want you guys to watch it. It's a good, check it out on BitChute. If you guys need it, I'll post it in the notes so you can see it. So he goes on here, goes over this whole entire process. It's about an hour and a half long. Clearly indicates that the information that he's bringing up has been moving around and circulated for a long time with these patents. He's a patent lawyer, I get it. But the other thing is it also shows that they've been using the same sequencing that they used over a decade ago, or the one that they shared with everybody that all of a sudden just got removed and deleted accidentally. But it's he has it. Anyway, so he goes on to here, and starts talking with a guy named Stu Peters.
And we've been told that that is their priority. But the fact of the matter is, the Department of Justice has abjectly failed every U.S. attorney in this country.
Violation of U.S. law, the injection of a bioweapon according to U.S. code.
Yep.
So this says prohibitions with respect to biological weapons. In general, whoever knowingly develops, produces, stockpiles, transfers, acquires, retains.
Coronavirus vaccine. A key driver is the media, and the economics will follow the hype. We need to use that hype to our advantage to get to the real issues. Investors will respond if they see profit at the end of the process. Now, Stu, I'm not going out on a limb.
Those are
That's
his
not
words.
a public health statement. That is a mercenary. That is a mercenary of death.
For profit. Death for profit.
Oh, and what does he say? Investors will respond if they see profit at the end of the process.
So let's identify those investors.
Fauci's.
So what I said is they're proposals. And a proposal is not just one piece of paper, people. It's not just one video. If allowed, your investors, your funders, the people that are buying the product, right, will leave the door open until they're convinced. They'll shut the door if they think it's stupid, if they don't want to fucking jump in on it. But there were protections on this one. There was a system and process for protections on this one. Okay? So let me continue. Hang on.
Guy.
Okay, so let's identify those investors. Who specifically is he talking about?
Well, listen, he's talking about the investors in Moderna, in Pfizer, and in NIAID and CDC. Remember that NIAID and CDC, as much as we pretend these are public organizations and public institutions, they are what we call regulatory capture. They are the front. Think of them as the R&D shop for the Modernas and for the Pfizers and for the AstraZenecas and for the Johnson & Johnsons. And the fact of the matter is, these companies, going back to 1990, remember the first S1 spike protein vaccine, the first one, was issued to Pfizer in 1990. We are being told this is some sort of new thing, new response, new pathogen, new whatever else. No, it isn't. Pfizer patented the first, in this case, canine S1 spike protein coronavirus vaccine in 1990. And we have, without question, the architect of this scam on record in 2015 stating that a key driver is the media and economics will follow the hype. That is collusion, that is racketeering, and that is under the Patriot Act, Section 802 of the Patriot Act. That is domestic terrorism.
Violation of U.S. law, the injection of a bioweapon according to U.S. code.
Yep.
So this says prohibitions with respect to biological weapons. In general, whoever knowingly develops, produces, stockpiles, transfers, acquires, retains, or possesses any biological agent, toxin, or delivery system for use as a weapon or knowingly assists a foreign state, China.
There you go. And read that part again. Or knowingly assists a foreign state.
China. Or any organization to do so, or attempts, threatens, or conspires to do the same, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for life or any term of years or both.
Correct.
So what is keeping Anthony Fauci? What is keeping these people free?
The U.S. Department of Justice. Mm-hmm. The U.S. Department of Justice has failed the American people and has had this information since April of 2020. All of the information I'm sharing with you. And they have sat on it and done nothing. This has gone to U.S. attorneys. This has gone to the Department of Justice. I sent this in April of 2020. I sent this to the Office of the Inspector General of the Department of Health and Human Services. And not a single law enforcement entity in the United States has taken this seriously. Not one.
Can you speculate why that might be?
Well, it's not a speculation. It's very clearly the situation where they have been ordered not to. Because in any other situation, I mean, listen, I've worked with the DOJ on antitrust matters in the past. You probably know, Stu, that my organization, MCAM, was involved in one of the largest white-collar tax frauds in U.S. history, which was U.S. corporations and universities colluding to defraud the federal government back in the late 1990s and early 2000s. And we were at the time accused of being the second largest tax collector in U.S. history, which is kind of a dubious distinction. You don't get a lot of Christmas cards if you're a tax collector, but I don't think things have changed very much for the last couple thousand years.
They're not amongst my favorite people on the list.
Probably none of us are, setting out cookies for the tax collector. But when we were doing that, what we found was that there is an enormous amount of appetite inside of the Department of Justice for antitrust investigations. And you know this to be the case. They are allegedly going after Google and Facebook, and we've been told that that is their priority. But the fact of the matter is, the Department of Justice has abjectly failed every U.S. attorney in this country. Every part of the DOJ's antitrust division has been focused singularly on the social media price fixing, search engine optimization, restraint of trade, those kinds of things. They've been singularly focused on that as the fig leaf to hide behind what is in fact a much larger crime. The crime is that we have collusion between what is called interlocking directorates inside of antitrust law. We have Anthony Fauci at NIAID. We have the director of the Center for Disease Control in China. And we have Dr. Elias from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, all sitting on a board, all colluding to actually create, price fix, and market direct this pandemic.
So there really is no virus.
No.
And we have
directorates inside of antitrust law. We have restraint of directorates. Bias from the Bill and Melinda.
And I think that as the layers of this fruit, whatever you want to call it, get peeled
on a board, all colluding to actually create, price fix, and market direct this pandemic.
So there really is no virus.
No.
There is plenty of information to state that, and plenty of information. I even had Dr. Andrew Kaufman, which is, I put on Odyssey and my BitChute to save it because it immediately was going to get taken down, so I immediately took it off my channel. But he clearly states, it hasn't been isolated, which has been said by pretty much everybody. So they don't even know what they're fucking looking for, seriously. But if you look at all the information in those two videos, and if you want them, I'll post them in the notes or something like that for you guys to see. But here's the information of the American Frontline Doctors, which was hammered, of course, by Mother Jones, which is, trash. Mother Jones, and everybody knows, was taken over by the Clinton Mafia and the DNC, and they're totally biased. And I'm not trying to go, party to party here, but what I am saying is that what you read, and I have that too, how Mother Jones went after these people in ways that you're like, okay, so in other words, they went after them with information that had nothing to do with what they're trying to, what they're conveying here. And a train's going by, which is cool. They went after them personally. They talked about their taxes, eluding taxes. They talked about all this stuff, just things that do not pertain or have anything to do at all with what they're conveying here. Now, the American Frontline Doctors, ETAL, and a bunch of them, there's thousands of them now, all coming up against Xavier Becerra. If you go through here, and I can't like get to it exactly, but they're asking for the information that they're not seeing. They're asking for the adverse effects. They're asking for how are people being documented, and they're getting how they're being documented for if they have the Delta, if they have the Lambda, if they have the monkeypox, if they have whatever the fuck they want to call it, the zebra, the foxtrot, whatever the fuck they want to call it, and they're asking for and they're being stalled, they're being fucking held up, and there's a lot of information on here to indicate basically that it is bullshit and we're all being fucked. But the biggest thing that people need to understand, which I always try to get on in every single show of mine, is it's a show. It is a show. It's a circus. Everybody's being played. It's to the point now to where you either get it or you don't. You either understand what's happening or you don't. I think we've had enough time to study this, and I've studied this since the very beginning. I questioned this right off the bat because Stevie was working drive-through at the time, and they didn't have PPE equipment, protective personal equipment. They had gloves they ran out of. They had holes in their gloves. I saw the same thing with people. I mean, I'd go into McDonald's in May and June, and there were people in McDonald's that had gloves with their fingers sticking out. They can't change their gloves because they didn't have anything, right? And I mean, there were so many situations where why and what better way to spread a virus than 250 plus thousand fast food restaurants exchanging money, a card, your debit card, fucking, right? And they never shut that down because that's where the money is, because that's the donor class money. They will not shut down Walmart. They didn't shut down Target. They didn't shut down all the things that provide them with the big donor class money. They won't fucking do it because that's the big donor class, or the predator I call, or the parasitic predator donor class, or the parasitic donor class, whatever you want to call it. They didn't shut any of those fuckers down. It just didn't happen, and for good reason, because that's where they get their money. So when you see somebody pushing this fucking jab, when you see somebody pushing this death shot, when you see somebody pushing this crap, all they're thinking about is, are they going to have that governmental, federal, city, state position next year? Where are they going to get their funding from? Because in 2019, which I have information on that I can show you, is pharmaceutical industry overall, we're talking big hospital, big elderly care, the pharmaceutical industry, suppliers, distribution companies, etc., that deal with all pharmaceutical, all hospital, all sick and ill fucking people, donated almost double in 2019 to both campaigns, more in the history of them ever donating. It was off the fucking charts, right? So I put all these stuff together in my head. I said, this isn't right. And then I started showing videos of Luc Montagnier saying, well, this doesn't look right. This looks like a man-made virus. Then I started putting some more information together and getting some more information saying it hasn't been isolated completely yet, which it wasn't. Then I get more information that the PCR test is bullshit. And then we get more information that we're seeing right here that it clearly states that it's just fucking bullshit, right? And they actually killed people in the treatment process. They were panicking. Ventilators down your throat, right? Because they thought that's what they needed to do, but they were just scrambling. People were murdered. People were fucking murdered in the beginning of last year. I guarantee.
Well, I mean, most of it was they didn't want to put any kind of funding or educational resources or anything into preventative care, as in like taking care of yourself, eating healthy, exercising, getting plenty of vitamin D, sunlight, there were medications even as far as like preventative was that could even, but they don't make money off of that. The narrative wasn't there. You don't, if you're being preventative, then you don't have lockdowns. If you can prevent it, then you don't have lockdowns. You don't have massive layoffs. You don't have small businesses, closing their doors forever. You don't get any of that if you go into preventative care.
No, they shorten the hours.
They shorten the hours. So if you go to, well, sorry to interrupt you. So they shorten the hours at Walmart. So instead of elongating the hours, so that less people would be in there and in lines and close to each other, they packed them and they shortened out. So it was open.
And I pointed that out. I was like, what? Why wouldn't you have it open? All businesses should switch to 24/7 if that's the case, because that way you can spread out the population over 24 hours instead of like into a compact like 12-hour business operation. There would be less contact. But no, that's only if you're trying to actually like prevent something like that actually does something. The rules that we saw happen, the rules that we saw implemented were mostly like what we saw after 9/11, which is it doesn't really do anything, but it makes you feel good. Like there's a guy at the airport that will pat you down and make sure that, you can still smuggle stuff in, right? It happens all the time, but it makes people feel like something's being done to prevent, a certain type of thing of happening, which, we could get into a whole discussion on 9/11 stuff, but the TSA does not stop terrorists, okay? All they do is annoy the fuck out of people and make certain people feel like, hey, something's being done to prevent a terrorist attack, which if that was the case, then we would, if we really wanted to stop that, we'd stop meddling in other countries' affairs, right? We'd stop doing stuff like that, but we're not actually looking for systemic solutions. What we're doing is we're presenting a show to make people feel good. This is just everything with COVID too. The masks, the hand sanitizer stations every fucking 2 feet, all that stuff. It's just to make you feel like something's being done. But if you actually like follow through with it, it's not going to help any. Like masks and things like that. Those are for like sterile environments. That's for an operating room. It's for a hospital. It's not for going out into the wild. I mean, if that was it, then you would have to like have the full PPE. You'd have to have gloves and gown and mask and shield. You'd have to dispose of everything before you even got in your car. You'd have to disinfect everything before you got in your car, your groceries, all that. But that's not what was happening. And here's the biggest thing for me is no matter, each state did their own thing, did they not, Jimmy? I mean, each state had their own way of dealing with lockdowns. Some were stricter than others, whatever. But each state had the same numbers, percentages. Didn't matter what tactics they used. It didn't matter how strict or how lax they were on masks or, or staying at home. None of that mattered. Population numbers didn't matter. None of it. Because at the end of the day, each state still had the same number of cases. It all equaled out to be exactly the same. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, not really the same, but I think percentage-wise, is that what you're saying?
Percentage-wise, yes. When they were talking about like the number of cases and stuff.
Right. That was the narrative, of course.
Is it that you're going like full-blown like fascist, like lockdowns, like 6 foot, nobody's going out. Everybody's completely, it's like a desert wasteland. Everybody's staying at home. Then how is it that your numbers are the same as our numbers here, where halfway into it, people still weren't wearing masks? How is that? Why is that? Doesn't make sense, does it? Does it make sense to you? I mean, is there any way, like I've tried to justify, I've tried to play like the devil's advocate in my own mind, like, okay, well maybe this or that, but no, that just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up.
Hey, Shadow Band's going, see you, Shadow. Thanks for coming aboard. Yeah, he's shadow banned
Oh,
refugee.
well, shit. Hey, shadow ban. Not shadow ban.
I know. We just go. We just get into. We get into it. You know, that's what we do. That's part of our process. Yeah, I just got to say this right now, and I want to say, and in regards to the mRNA being deaths or side effects, etc., being used as the Delta or any other COVID cases, tell me that can't happen. I want you to say, that can't happen. Just tell me it can't happen. Tell me it won't happen. You can't. Because what they've done so far, and if you follow how they've orchestrated and planned and created and colluded and corrupted and done all this stuff already, you can only come to this, you can only surmise that or come to the that perspective or that theory that, of course they are. They're going to do whatever they can to turn this into to make it worse, right? And there's a cartoon I put up real quick. It's a good one. I don't know if you've seen it yet. I just saw it on Twitter. It's fucking epic.
I mean, if you go back in time, ask them a year and a half ago, would you be able to keep people in their houses, in their careers, their jobs, throw them into unemployment, throw them into homelessness? Would you be able to do that without any kind of information verification that something was going on? Like, would you be able to do that? Would you be able to keep the entire world on lockdown without providing any sort of evidence whatsoever?
Yes.
And everybody would have said, oh, that's absurd. That's crazy. I wouldn't just stay home from work. I wouldn't just lose my job. I wouldn't lose my house. I wouldn't lose everything just on the word of the government when they have presented nothing to back up their narrative. Oh, no, that's absurd. I'd never go along with that. Well, here we are a year and a half later, and what's happening?
That is such a good point.
I mean, that we always think that we're never going to fall for this shit. Oh, there's no way they could get by with all this surveillance state. There's no way that we would live under Big Brother's 1984. There's no way we could do that. There's no way. There's no way we would just stand by and let our government bomb countries that haven't done anything to us, kill civilians, men, women, children, innocent people. What?
Over 30 million.
That happened. There's no way our government could get by with short people out of their pensions and their wages and their health care and their children and their parents and grandparents. There's no way we'd let them get by with that. Here we are. We're the country we warned everybody else about now. We're that country. We're that country that you go to that you don't drink the tap water anymore. We're that country. Oh, you got to be careful because you don't know what's going to happen over there. I mean,
Yeah, don't drink the water in Mexico. I used to hear that. Don't drink the water in Mexico, but
don't drink the water in America.
I found out in my own city in Anaheim, California, was like the worst drinking water, even than here. And I think it's like in the top 10 of worst drinking water. And this is the same water people drink in Anaheim in the biggest, largest tourist industry near Disneyland. This is what they shower in. It's horrific. It's ewg.org /water data or something like that. Look it up. But I got to show you this, everybody, this.
But yeah, just to summarize, we're that country that we used to talk all this shit about all the other countries. Well, that's us now. Hey, don't go there. It's dangerous. The cops will kill you. You might get kidnapped. I mean, we are that country now. That's what we are. And we need to look that in the face, realize how shitty we've become, and fucking just deal with it and get better. Because I mean, you have to look that ugliness right in the face and just say, yep, that's us. Acknowledge it and do better. So
I got out of the Navy and I was partying with some old friends of mine, and we went down to Tijuana, south of the border of California, San Diego. And we were fucking wasted. We were smoking pot, whatever else. And the federales came up because I was the only brown guy, and I was with three very white blonde guys. They were just fragile and scared shitless the whole fucking time I was there. It was funny, but they were doing it and they were there, and that was cool. Never been there before. I've been there a bunch of times, dozens of times, and they pill up. There's a motorcycle cop and a couple of federale 4-wheelers, and they come to the car, and we had just finished taking our pipe hits of pot, right? We're fucking wasted. We've been drinking already, and we had beers on the floorboard of the car that were cans that were crushed. And the federale comes up and he starts talking to me. He goes, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" And I said, "We're just here to have a good time, just enjoying." And of course, I'm talking, and we're just having a good time, enjoying ourselves. Just came through the border like 3 or 4 hours ago, just starting our night, getting ready to get some shots and have a good time. I'm just telling him what we're doing. And he goes, "Okay, open your trunk." And I go, "Okay." So we open the trunk, and this is what I told them to bring. I said, bring extra bottles of alcohol and bring Playboy magazines, because the federales love the Playboy magazines. So we had him in the back. The guy grabs him and he goes, "This is vintage 1986. And I go, "Yeah, that's vintage night." Like, I think it was Kathy Ireland or something like that. And it was the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition in really good condition. And I don't know how fucking Kyle got this, a friend of mine. And he goes, "I'm going to take this." And I said, "Okay." And he goes, "Keep the tequila. I know you guys just bought it here." And you could smell the car still had smoke coming out of it from pot. Right? So he took the magazine. He goes, "You guys have fun tonight. All right? You guys have a good time." I go, "Okay." Because I was prepared. But that kind of shit doesn't happen in the United States. You're going straight to fucking jail. You're fucked. Right? But anyway, it's just we are in the most tyrannical, draconian, corporately owned, donor class owned, rigged, colluded, and just disgustingly horrific nation right now. And it's just really terrible. The people themselves, and I keep saying this, the 99% are getting fucking hosed. The 99% have always been hosed. The 99% have always been beaten, battered, abused, and tossed. They're expendable. They're just, and that's where they force this jab on the minorities. They do the minorities aren't getting it and people aren't allowing it. Bullshit. They can get it anywhere. They say that because they want you to go there. Right? It's a fucking psyop. Cartoon. This is a good one. So this lady's like screaming. They strap her down. "But I socially distance. I got vaccinated. I did everything I was supposed to. Don't take me. Don't make me wear it again." "We are not doing this to you. You're doing this to you." Right? It's blame us. So they're blaming us for what they're orchestrating. They're blaming us for what they're instigating. They're blaming us, which is always the out. We are, to them, which they know we're not, the wrongdoers. They know who the criminals are. When they wake up in the morning and they've got their golden or diamond studded toothbrush and they're, dental flossing with their gold laced floss, they're laughing. These people are so disgustingly horrific. Their minds are just terrible. But we're expendable. The 99% is still getting hosed. I need more people out there to talk about the 99%. Seriously. I need more people to say the 99% are getting fucked. And we've always been screwed.
Yep. But here's the thing. It's not over. If it was over and done with, if we had no chance of winning, why do they have to try so hard to keep us silent? Why do they have to scramble around constantly to make sure that their narrative is adhered to? Why don't they just wear it out in the open of, "Fuck you, I rule you, I do what I want"? I mean, they kind of do, but they still have to walk a narrative. They still have to support that narrative. So, and they wouldn't do that if they had total control, if this was a lost game, right? If there is no way for us to win. But that's not the case. They're scared. They're terrified. We're seeing them clamp down on free speech, on everything, because we're so close. People are so close. At the tip of their fingers, they could go and access information that would expose everything. I mean, because it's not a lack of information that's out there why people aren't following, or why people aren't like doing their own thing, like why people aren't fighting back. That's not it. There's a wealth of information out there from all kinds of people for decades now, exposing these people that are in charge for the corrupt pieces of shit that they are, but yet people willingly are following in line with it. And I'm wondering how much longer they can continue with that, because I don't think it's much longer. I mean, it's easy to pretend when you have a house and a car and you've got a college education and a good job, but once all those things start disappearing like they did for a lot of other Americans, you're going to start seeing the holes in the narrative. You're going to start saying, like, I did everything I was supposed to do. I got the jab. I got the injection. I stayed at home. I did everything I was supposed to do. And yet here I am with a positive test. I'm unemployed. I've got all this, there's only so much that they can do to prevent us from thinking, because that's why it's so important. I preach all the time about knowing what you need to do to protect your own mind, because that's where it starts. You have to be able to protect yourself from their propaganda, from their emotional appeals, from their abusive tactics that they use to like emotionally manipulate people. And that's what they're doing. And we have to, that's like ground one. Like step one is like protect your mind. Know yourself, know what they're doing, know the things that the ways that they use to manipulate you. And nobody's perfect at this. I mean, we've all got our shadows, our subconscious, but I mean, you've got to start somewhere. I mean, you've got to like at least read up on this shit. You've got to read up on the shit that they do to coerce you into like doing what they want. They're putting a gun to the back of our heads right now. Like, if you love your grandma, you'll do this. If you want to go to your job, you'll do that. Do you want to take care of your kids? You want a roof over their heads? Well, you better get that vax. So that's all the ways. And look up the wheel of abuse. The wheel of abuse, please look at that, because these are all the ways. I mean, we're a country of battered women. That's what it is. I mean, we're a country of abused individuals that don't even trust something good when it happens to us. Because we know, like, it's not really something good. It's something for them that they're posing as something good for us. But we still play along. So, like that's it. It's like, well, I don't know. It's better than getting punched in the face. This is a little different than getting outright punched in the face. So we'll go with this route, even though I know it's going to end with a punch in the face.
As long as it's a punch in the gut and not in the face.
Yeah. I mean, it's very considerate, because they know that I have to go to work tomorrow, and they punch me in the gut instead of giving me a black eye.
No,
They're so thoughtful.
May I say? So it's past that. It's past that. We are at the point where it's like guns at your head. Yeah. Right? They're coming to your house. They're knocking on your door. They're going to find out who's naughty or nice. They're going to get your license plate. They're going to get all your information, and you're going to be marked. It's already happening in the United States of America. They're not just going there to, hey, come out and take a vaccine. They're coming out to track information. They're literally doing it to find out exactly who are the infidels. Who are the infidels? Who are not complying? Who's not succumbing? Who has not become meek, malleable, and obedient? If you're not that, then you will be dealt with. You'll be labeled the extremist. You'll have a mark on your head. Look, we have plans for this. August 19th, every 19th, we're telling everybody you need to go out, protest, get the shirts on. Well, not this is a cool shirt, right? West Virginia. It looks like a bottle of Jack Daniels. But anyway, COVID's a scam. Whatever. Just protest on the 19th, every month for the rest of the month. We're gonna start doing this, and I'll start. But let me play this video real quick, guys.
Wait. I hope you're not
Sorry.
anything Pixar. It's copyrighted.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
God damn it.
That's definitely copyrighted.
No, A Bug's Life. I'm doing A Bug's Life.
You're fucking me with my channel, man.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Look, I want to.
Well, I'll show you the picture then.
I want to piss off the censors,
But you don't want to lose your fucking channel, though.
but not over a goddamn Pixar movie.
But it's a great point. Let me just get there. Give me a second. I'm gonna just get to the picture. Right? Hold on. Oh wait, there. I'm sorry. No, I'll put the link up. Nah. Just a second. So let me get out of there. Gosh darn it. I was gonna fucking do that too.
So close, man. So close.
And you cut me off, woman. You cut me off.
I want to earn my channel deletion. I
Not
don't want to get
just
it
from
over a
that
Pixar
stupid
movie.
copyright, right?
Yeah, I want to do it because I pissed him off.
The part is, and then I'm trying to say is, ants don't serve grasshoppers, right? Ants don't serve, and Flint is my favorite hero character of all times. Fuck Superman, fuck Iron Man, fuck Spider-Man, fuck Batman, Wonder Woman, just name them. Flint of A Bug's Life is my favorite because he goes, ants don't serve grasshoppers. It's you that they need us, right? And then they bind together, and I'll show you this picture, which I think which is epic, and I just got to get to it real quick. And I've got it in black and white here, so give me a minute. Give me a minute, please.
Well,
Right.
I mean, that's what we need. We need to form like a giant Voltron of good.
And I'll be the head.
Yeah,
And
like, I
Voltron,
mean, we all have our
legs. I am the legs. I am the arms. And I'll be the head. Okay, but anyway. So that
Yeah,
picture,
I mean,
but the
that's
picture
all-
I got up is really cool. So it shows in black and white. So Flint, everybody finally banding together against the corruption, against the abuse, right? And I think this is where we need to be. We're at that point, fucking for sure. I love that cartoon. That part is my favorite. Flint is my hero. That little ant is my hero for sure. All right, what next? What else do we got next here? Where are you at? I don't even see you in here anymore. Hello. She's here. She's here.
Well, you were doing screen sharing.
Yeah, I'm still doing a little screen sharing. Give me just a moment. I'm going to go to something else.
Usually when you do your screen sharing, I'll just
Kind of fade out.
Well, I'll take the time to like slouch and stretch and do everything since we're here usually for the long haul. 3-4 hours.
No, I mean, so here we go. So where is it?
A bullish politician said that Bug's Life was his absolute fave.
I don't.
Why did they even let that movie happen
Yeah,
with,
what I'm
with something like
tripping
that
out-
in there?
What I'm tripping out on, honestly, is what this guy brought up. Is how are Fosse, Bill Gates, and everybody else that's pushing the jab and this giant facade, they're untouchable. Dr. David Martin nailed it. This is the important part. The Department of Justice, or any justice, they're being bought. right? Because it's about money, and whoever holds all the money holds all the cards, right? If you ever play, and I play this, I used to have poker parties at my house. 5 or 6 tables, a bunch of people partying, drinking, losing money, and I'd suck at it. But whoever has the most money usually wins because they're able to risk more when other people can't risk that money, and this is how it works. So I'm still baffled and bewildered that Bill Gates and his foundation, along with the Clinton Foundation, the Obama Foundation, Vanguard, BlackRock, I mean, you could name them, just tons of them. Why aren't they being fucking prosecuted? Yeah. And somebody's bringing AOC. AOC is beyond sus. She confirmed. All right. Wait. Okay. I'm going to say this, and I don't want to get anybody too off track here. But there's a track that you need to stay on, and the distraction. There's the real track and the distraction. Okay? So everything that Jimmy's been talking about TYT forever, right? And Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur and all this other shit to avoid what I'm talking about, which I keep hammering home on his Twitter, which he won't touch, right?
Well, Tenderloins gets it. I've talked to him in the Discord and stuff. He totally gets it. Like, he's from like our kind of place.
I'm not going after him. I'm not going.
I know you're not. I'm just saying that. But you bring up a good point.
I just don't want
to.
I don't want to deal with that. Those 3 letters mean nothing to me right now. They're not our issue. They're not.
Oh, she's like MIA in the first place. Like, where are you over those kids in cages? Where are you over those bombs? Oh, now that Biden's doing it, now like she's just fading into the bushes like that Simpsons meme. Just where is she? Where is she? She's insincere and a distraction. That's for sure.
But we know that already. I mean, Jimmy's.
We
know how much. Look. In my first video, when you go into my 3rd channel, you'll see that we've been talking. Jimmy's talking about the same shit that's been happening forever. Let me. There's something happening here that is horrific, everyone. It's horrific. It's going to get bad. Right, we fucking know AOC shit. We know Kamala's, they're not supposed to be. It's a big fucking lie. It's all part of that plan. It's all a part of the collusion. It's all part of the ring. It's all a part of the COVID scam. I know exactly. Oh my God, AOC tweet. Oh my God, fucking Trump tweet. Oh my God, and I've got. Oh my God, somebody tweet. Oh yeah. It's just exactly. It's It's
TMZ shit.
Yeah, abolish politicians. BlackRock is, and their subsidiaries. BlackRock is worth $10 trillion, right? And it's fucking nuts.
Now, I understand why some people
in holdings.
I understand why some people do go after them because, look, if this is a mafia, which it operates very similarly to one, you may not have the power or the resources to just go to the top boss and go after him. But who's the guy that stands next to him? And who's the guy that stands next to him? And then work your way down the line until you can find somebody that you can go after the next guy up in the chain. Right. So I understand why some people do put some time and effort into it, but it has to be related into the long, like, you have to acknowledge this is my problem with electoral politics, because some people think that you just vote this out of office, and that's not how this works. Not when we have no control. All this happens in a smoke-filled room, right? So that's all I'm saying is that, like,
Yeah.
if you're going to talk about electoral politics, if you're going to talk about the politicians, you need to talk about it in a way that's like, that ties it to the big picture of, hey, this is just some guy playing a role. And if you get rid of this guy playing that role, they'll put somebody else in that role. That's all it is.
Right.
Like, you can get rid of a Joe Manchin or AOC, but they're going to put the next Joe Manchin and AOC in there. So it's not like you get rid of this one bad guy. She's not the one bad guy. They are one bad actor in a whole list of other people. That's it.
Yeah, for sure.
But the problem is the people that talk about those people, that talk about the AOCs and stuff, it usually it falls into, well, let's just vote them out, guys. Let's get our person in there. It's like, it's not how this is. They're never going to let that happen, ever. I mean, do you think they try to vote Hitler out of office? Like, what do you think happened with that? Like, that, you don't vote a Hitler out of office. That's not how that works.
Cat Cottrell brought up a really good, and I remember that, Cat. Public broadcasting system was by you and I. And then the Kochs came in, they took over, and they made it open to foundation and other larger entities that could, and I have I'll post it, just ask me to, and I'll post it. I've got PBS, NPR, same thing. Their largest donor is Pfizer. The largest investor of Pfizer is Bill Gates. So let me get back. So what we have right here is you have Jimmy Dore talking about how shitty Nancy Pelosi is. I know Stevie's like,
I want to go
please
one
stop.
goddamn
Please stop.
time.
Just a second. So he's not this stupid, everyone. I know Jimmy, he's not this. There's something happening. The hammer came down, or they said, you know what, we'll pull your fucking channel if you don't. Because when you're that big and you have the million subscribers or whatever you get, 100, whatever the number is, once you get that, you have access to an actual rep on YouTube. And these people will call you and they'll say, nope, don't fucking do it. He's in that place. So, Jimmy, by the way, yeah, Nancy Pelosi shit. AOC is shit. The fraud squad is shit. Fucking Russia shit. All this shit. It's all shit. We've known this. Like I said, go onto my Jimmy Young Monotalk YouTube that is barely surviving. The first video I have in the trailer video shows that you're talking about the same shit I talked about in 2016, 2017. You haven't left. You haven't left. Right? And most of the people watching him don't give a fuck for some reason. Don't care. He's a fucking distraction. He is the biggest, and he is, and this is why I put in this title. There are people out there that do not have the clarity and courage, which is one of his major quotes, right? Or the courage to challenge, right, authority, which he is not. You're not challenging everybody's been taught. This is old fucking news. It's an old broken record, Jimmy Dore, Kyle Kalinske, and the rest of them. Sam, just fucking name them, right? They're all in the same fucking boat. Stank and fucking Anna. It's who fucking Dore drama. That is such a fucking distraction from the horrific thing that's happening around them. There are things that are going to happen in the near future, which the World Economic Forum is even bringing up. You will own nothing and be happy. That is their slogan. The new corporate government. The corporate governance. A better way of capitalism. These are quotes.
Can you please bring up at some point
What? Tell me what.
Caitlin Johnstone tweet?
Oh my God, yeah, that's...
Go in on this.
Yeah, she's doing the same shit. The one that she sent to me, or...
Yeah, her reply to you.
Okay. Yeah. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? You're not even talking about anything. You're not even fucking talking about it. Let me get it. I
Yeah.
got too much shit up, by the way.
Yeah, of course you did.
Yeah.
Yes, you will eat bugs and you will like it. Fucking goddamn James Bond villain motherfucker. I can't.
I
He's
think
just so out in the open with it. And nobody wants to see it. Klaus Schwab who?
right. Was it on Twitter or did she do it on Facebook? I don't remember.
She replied to you on Twitter.
Right, just a second. Just a second. I'll get it.
I know you sent it to me on a Facebook picture.
But it was Twitter.
It was a
But
Twitter.
it's-
It was from Twitter. It was a screenshot that you took.
I got so much. Hold on. It's coming.
So I'm
Yeah. Basically, what happened was Caitlin Johnstone, I know that she was kind of popular there a few years back. I know she was on like Jimmy Dore. It's crazy how all these grifters got started on Jimmy Dore, like Katie Halper and the like. But but anyway, Caitlin Johnstone was on there. I mean, everybody loved her back in the day, but it's been
No, I still like Caitlin Johnson. I love still
well.
like her.
The thing is that she'll point out some things. She's like she's not there.
No,
She's like contrarian.
no, exactly.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that you rightfully asked her about, hey, why aren't you talking about the Great Reset?
I got it. I'm gonna put it up. Keep going. I got it. It's up.
Okay.
So let me just say what I said. It says, and it's from Party Exodus, which is Party Exodus is part of DIY Liberty. Are you going to find a tiny bit of courage to challenge authority and its source regarding the Great Reset, or just talk about the same shit we've all known for decades? I'm always talking, this is a response, I'm always talking about the Great Reset. The Great Reset is capitalism. It's capitalism continuing on its inevitable trajectory of corruption and totalitarianism. Only capitalism stands. See this as some freakish deviation from the norm. It's not a deviation, it's a continuation. But she's not.
She's wrong.
She's wrong.
On all fronts.
No, yeah.
So just real quick, look, there's so many things wrong with this. And this is what happens when you start to question people that say dumb shit like this, right? When Jackson Hinkle was pressed on the Great Reset, he said that he didn't talk about it because everybody else has already talked about it. Everybody else already knows what it is. So what's the point of talking about it? Well, what do you think? That is a non-answer right there from Caitlin Johnstone. What she's saying is that, hey, look, I talk about capitalism, and this is one and the same. Like,
Not
she's
the
using
same.
this-
It's not the same.
She's using it as an interchangeable word. Great Reset is not the same thing as capitalism. Capitalism is a specific economic system. The Great Reset transcends capitalism.
Oh,
The Great Reset is capitalism on steroids and PCP. The Great Reset is something we have never witnessed before. We have never lived under a system like that. This is a total global domination, enslavement of people, of resources. This is without any consequences whatsoever. That's what the TPP was about. That these global corporations, NGOs, that they would not be held accountable by a certain country's law, that they would be held accountable in a private setting, right? That's what the TPP was about. He was trying to pave the road for this plan. That's what, and the TPP is going to be back, and it will come back with a vengeance. It will come back so much nastier than what we had in the first place. And it will be labeled, not the TPP, it's going to be labeled something like the Global We Love Everybody Act. That's what it's going to be called. Like, it's not going to be just some miscellaneous TPP. It's going to have some horrible, like, propaganda name. And it's going to pave the way for the Great Reset, because I already see politicians talking in the lingo of the World Economic Forum. When the vaccines, vaccine passports, mandated vaccines, all this is all a part of the Great Reset. And what is the Great Reset? It's a plan that was put together by all the world's richest, most powerful people on the planet. A handful of people came up with a plan for global domination, and she doesn't think that that's worth talking about. She talked about capitalism, guys. Well, this ain't capitalism. This is something we've never witnessed before. This is a new level of oppression, subjugation, enslavement, you name it, because you're not going to have anything. And it'll all come under the guise of like diversity and caring about the planet. It will wear a costume of that. That's what it's going to look like. It's going to be wrapped up in, well, we're helping the poor people. Oh, well, we're ending the wars. And that's not what's going to happen whatsoever. There's nothing, even when they frame it as something good, I promise you it's going to come at a cost to you personally. You are going to pay something for the people in charge to get ahead. That's what this is. This is not anything like we've seen before. The Great Reset is a very specific plan put forward by a very specific group of people. She's talking about a system of economics when this is a bullet pointed plan for global governance. Their words. A better kind of capitalism. Their words. You will own nothing and like it. You will eat bugs and like it. That's them. That's what they're saying, their own words. This is not capitalism. This is something that's never been unleashed before. I mean, we've tiptoed around it. There's been a few that have tested the waters with it, but this is going to be an entire system of governance to where you're going to be competing with other people around the world. They made it seem like we're all going to be one united family, but what they're really going to do is they're going to pit workers in Philly against workers in Hong Kong. That's what they're going to try to do. That's what this vaccine passport, all of it comes down to. It's just, I don't understand how she can even, like, if you don't have the fucking guts to talk about this shit, come up with a good excuse. Get better at your fucking lies, man, because your lies are so fucking transparent. Jimmy Dore, Jackson Hinkle, Caitlin Johnstone, all y'all cowards that are too afraid to talk about this shit, your lies are so fucking transparent. It's insulting to our intelligence. It really is. Like, get good with your fucking lies if you're going to come at me with that shit. Because I saw through that in like a fucking second, dude. Like, get it together. You're not talking to Rachel Maddow fans right now that just eat it all up, whatever you say. Like, specifically, why aren't you talking about the Great Reset? It ain't the same fucking thing. It's not interchangeable. You cannot just put the Great Reset in where you would normally say capitalism or vice versa. It's totally fucking different. Goddamn, it's just insulting. Like, this right? Like,
Oh,
if you're
you're
gonna
on
lie
fire.
to me,
Keep
like,
going.
lie
Yes,
good.
you're on
Like,
fire.
lie good. Get good with your lies, dude. Get good with your lies, because you can't just give me that dumb shit and expect me to say like, well, okay, good, it's good enough. Fucking goddamn dumbass. Just if I just like say this, everybody will leave me alone, right? Is that it, Caitlin? If you just say some dumb shit, we'll just leave you alone on that shit. Well, I talk about
Yeah.
capitalism.
Yeah.
You
So
fucker.
the farcical COVID catalyst, the death jab, and the Great Reset are on a horrifically new level than simply capitalism. The new tyrannical draconian corporate governance is a catastrophic level of subjugation, like you said, enslavement, and social control. I guess something she hasn't noticed. I guess she hasn't noticed it. I guess she just hasn't noticed it.
Okay, well, that's generous.
Right? I guess she just hasn't noticed it.
Well, it must be nice. Right?
Yeah,
It must be nice to be able to have the privilege to stick your head in the sand.
right. That was an epic rant. Thank you very much for that. I've sent her a few responses.
I mean, do you not get sick of that shit? I mean, during this whole COVID thing, we've been fed a lot of ridiculous lies. And it's just like, come on, if you're going to come up with this giant world, global domination plan, come up with some good excuses, come up with some good lies, something that's going to keep me busy for a little while. Like, just get good at this. Like, this is boring to me. Your lies are boring. Like, get good. Do you, am I alone in this, or do you feel the same way? Like, if you're going to lie to me, like, make it worth my time.
If you're gonna lie to me, I want a bigger story. I don't want like a summary. I want you to act it out. I want to see like a show, like a presentation, right? There was nothing here. There was nothing. That was weak. So I actually just responded, and this is a while ago. I'm surprised I didn't. When I sent it to you, I go, "Okay, Caitlin Johnson just responded to me," and I finally responded. And thank you for this, because this is news here on Redneckonomics with Stevie, because she's fantastic. Let me bring it up real quick, because this is good. It says right here, and I use some of your words because you're so brilliant. God, she's amazing. The farcical COVID catalyst, the death jabs, and the Great Reset are on a horrifically new level than simply capitalism. The new tyrannical draconian corporate governance is a catastrophic level of subjugation, enslavement, and social control. I guess you haven't noticed it yet. Right? I mean, how could you fucking not see this shit in front of you? Right? I know you'd like to say something different to her.
I mean,
Either she's complicit,
Well, that's where I'm
a
at. Yeah.
coward, or she's a goddamn moron. I like
No, I think
absolutely
she's being.
cannot.
I think Jimmy's
do not
scared.
think she's a
Kyle's,
moron.
yeah, yeah.
These people aren't stupid.
I'm at this point now where if you don't understand what's happening, then you're a testicle. Okay, because pussies are stronger than testicles. She hates when I use this reference, right? But you can flick a man in the nuts and he'll fucking drop to his knees. Slap a girl on a pussy, you'll probably get a second date. That's all I got to say. Jimmy Dore is a testicle. Caitlin Johnson seems to be a testicle. Kyle Kalinske is a testicle. Lamar, what's his name? What was his name? He used to be on my show every once in a while. Lamar, political soapbox. God, I used to love this kid, but he just fucking went down the wrong way. Tim Black is a fucking hoser. I still got his cell number. He's such a dick. That guy's such a dick. Anyway, in a lot of circles that I used to run with, there was actually a time when Stevie and I were going to be on Jimmy Dore, and then we started getting a little too controversial. Right? We started getting we were getting a little too rough. Right? Because we were green at the time. Right? And he was still like kind of Justice Democratish at the time. And I was saying, nah, I'm leaving the Greens, and I we were getting close. But this was let me get to hear this real quick. Let me see. Dylan Dudley, prophecy is fulfilled every day. This was the last place I could think of that could afford to retire. But Obama started messing that up. Then Trump did it his shit. Now Biden and tens and government contractors here. Yeah. They're all going after it. It is, if you're not paying attention, and I keep telling, oh my God, I've been telling this for months. You know, I heard about the you'll own nothing and like it for a while now. I think even before 2021. Timmy Dore's good with small doses than the same old crap. Yeah. Look, the guy wants to keep he knows people still, like his stuff, they like his show. I get it. Like I've said, a lot of people like the show. They like the presentation, right? I've got the Aurora Borealis behind me, and I guess that's not enough for most people, but and his guests and people that are important or so-called important, all this other shit, but he's not helping anybody. There are going to be people that are going to be horrifically, physically debilitated from something that is an experiment, and it's already happening. It's already happening. I've got. Let me just look at right here. Hold on. Give me a second. And I put this up. I don't know if it's on this one. All right. I've already got information indicating such things. All right. Hang on. Oh, here's a good one. I put this up a while ago, right? This is something you guys want to see. So I got, that's PBS. The major funders of PBS. Pfizer, number one. After that, Wall Street, right? Big Pharma, another one. We've got more Wall Street. Big hospitals in there. Big oil. The military-industrial complex. Big banks. These are the people that run PBS, and they're all over this, pushing the fear. Right? Pushing the fear. And then
Grover's talking about the Great Reset.
But how can he not put that together? Dude, how are you not talking about that? But instead he's talking about, this is what he's talking about. Watch. Now, let me blow this up a little bit.
Who are you talking about?
Your favorite, Jimmy.
No, Jesus Christ.
Okay, no, she wants me to stop. I'll stop. But this, he's talking about support the Frito-Lay's workers, boycott Doritos. This is like a few days ago. 44 hours ago. Plenty of alternatives. He's talking about fucking Doritos. What the fuck, right? While he's talking about Doritos, we got the Associated Press, right? When this guy's fucking, pushing COVID all over everybody, and he's going to mandate it. And then the watchdog government has forgiven nearly $400 billion in pandemic relief loans. Right? So the 400 billion people that got, okay, this is what's going to get you. Right? So I got to bring this up because he won't. Because it's got the word pandemic in it or whatever. Right? So the people that aren't being forgiven are the mom and pop stores. 40 billion in relief, but not everybody's getting relief from those PPPs. A lot of people are getting fucked. Usually this little small store. The guy that's around the corner that has like a little bakery or something couldn't get the loan. And who was it? Who's the P. Diddy? P. Diddy applied and he got taken care of, and he's being forgiven. You guys fucking, are you guys getting this? This is fucking insanity. Right? Oh no. Vegas is seeing a spike. Right? Delta. What a bunch of bullshit. Bunch of fucking bullshit. Oh my God. Oh yeah, this is what I was talking about. So, I really like...
Okay, so we're live on Rock.
All right, so she's got some good stuff. What's her name? God damn it. The lady with the long hair and the glasses. Somebody will say in the chat. Can you look?
Lady with long hair and glasses.
She's like an ex-reporter or something. Jennifer Beals or something. God damn it. Fuck.
I don't know. That's everybody. That's
I know. Okay, sorry. That's you. That's your long hair and glasses. Okay.
I don't know.
So she had a show, and then she said she's going to Rockfin because she can't talk about it anymore, like everybody else is doing. Right? And I've indicated the Predator Donor class is going to continue their mission to complete their horrific agenda of total mass control and depopulation. They're way past the point of stopping, as everyone at the city, county, state, and federal level is in on it all. Revolt and save anyone you can. I've always said that. There's just no going back for them. No matter what you say or prove or bring out, there's just no going back. They're really, truly at that point. And I put up recently, which I think is important to bring up, right? Oh, look, we're live on Facebook on my shit channel, right? Here it is right here. This is a good one. And I think everybody should see this. So, this is on CNBC or MSNBC or CNN or the same fucking thing, right? And they blurted this really quick. This is, when I saw this, it wasn't an interview, it's just whatever their talking point was. When they're trying to get people, the unvaccinated or the pandemic now, they're the Delta and all this, and they're blaming everybody. So they throw this out, like, and I had to do this quickly. It happened like within 2 seconds, and they took it down. Shops, restaurants, and offices should require proof of vaccination. Well, 35% agree, 51% disagree, 14% are just idiots, and the other 35 could be as well. But I clearly state here, the Predator donor class is going to continue this horrific scam unless we raise this disagree level to 100% or close, which I believe is happening. I just don't think, and I've looked at these goddamn videos on YouTube over and over and over again, and I swear to God, every single one. And if you just go on YouTube right now and look at the COVID push images and videos that they're putting out, you'll clearly see, right, that right there, the thumbs down is always bigger. That thumbs down is always bigger, always bigger. Right here, the thumbs down. I mean, nobody's fucking buying. I don't believe any of their numbers are accurate. I don't believe anything that they're doing is truthful or factual or honest. I just think it's a total load of crap, and they're fucking gonna push it out, right? They're just gonna keep pushing it out. It's so fucking sad. And here's the thing that everybody should see. This is a good one. I put this up the other day. Actually, today. So, everybody, the world, oh God, if this woman, Caitlin Johnson, ever brought up the World Economic Forum, right? Yeah, people are waking. People are waking. I thank you, Kat, for sure. Yeah, Nazis had free health. Nazis had free health care. Did you know that Nazis had free health care, babe?
Pretty much everybody does except us.
Yeah, like we're the only country that doesn't have fucking health care. We're the richest country. So during the time when she's doing drive-through and this thing starts coming out, what would be the best way to take care of your nation? You know the answer. You know the answer. Healthcare. Provide healthcare. Provide them with a way to get, right? I mean, I'll tell you right now, if they would have provided healthcare, I think everybody would have got vaccinated the first fucking 30 days. They fucked up on that.
But that's what it's going to come down to. They're going to give us they're going to say, oh, well, all you got to do is this one little thing.
You just
We'll
take
give you that
take the
health
jab,
care.
take 2 or 3 jabs, and then we'll give you health care.
I mean, we've got, and I know that there's been a lot of push for healthcare and stuff. I know that that's one of the most agreed upon policies right now. But we have to read over anything that they promise us with this. We have to go over with a fine tooth comb. I mean, we're going to have to really look, I mean, like lawyer level, go through this word by word, because they're going to put something in there that is going to be real nasty. I promise, because these people in charge are not, that's not how they operate. I mean, we just went through what they called a pandemic, and they didn't, AOC, like that was her whole platform, right? Was healthcare. She tweeted about it like 50 some times one year. Over the past year, she tweeted about it once.
Yeah.
That's what we're dealing with. These people, God.
Keep going, keep going.
these,
Some of the chair. What's that? Keep going.
okay. Anyway, all I'm just saying is, like, I don't trust these people to draft a plan that's going to work in our favor. So if they do draft something, we got to read over it, be very, very careful with it, because I as much as I want everybody to have health care, we've got to be very careful, because the people in charge, they approve of bombing children. I mean, these are the people we're dealing with. It's a sacrificial death cult. And I've said that before, I'll say it again, because that's what these aren't politicians. This is a cult of capitalism that believes in human sacrifice for corporate profit. That's it. So these are the people that are in charge of giving us health care. So if they try to say that they're going to give us health care, we got to go over it and make sure that that's what they're doing and nothing else.
So, I've been watching 4M4A, and I kept asking this question in chats, etc., but nobody's answering this. Wait, somebody didn't say we got to keep trying, and I go, I get it. The question is, with this new if you're paying attention, this new tyrannical draconian corporate government owned by the predator donor class, if you do get, and if they say they will, or if they promise they will, if they try to put something together, is this the group of people you want fucking putting together your healthcare?
Read the fine print.
Right? Read the fucking fine print. I'm just like, right? So, of course, 4M for All didn't get any coverage. Well, that's surprising, right? Didn't see that coming. I mean, I applaud the try and the fucking heroicness. That's great, but there's a bigger plan out there, people. There's a much bigger plan out there.
It's a Rumpelstiltskin. Oh, okay, I'll go ahead and I'll make sure you got all this gold. You can do all this. Just have your firstborn. But anyway, back to how much I'm helping you. Let's focus on that. Like, the fuck? It comes at a price when these are the people in charge. They have no other incentive.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, nothing else. I mean, there's nothing that they don't do. I mean, that's what we fell for that once with Obama. Remember the big thing with Obama, and he's going to give people health care. How's that working out? Not so great. And I really do appreciate the people that were interested in it. I know Mrs. Carter's here. I know that's a big thing for her. A lot of people here. I mean, there. Amy Vilela, she lost her child to something as preventable as a blood clot that she even went to the hospital for, and she got turned away for lack of insurance. And I mean, there's so many people out there that are experiencing this, losing their homes and, everything, just losing everything over healthcare. I mean, I knew a nurse that was living out of her car and was homeless here because she sold everything, cashed in her retirement, all that to keep her aunt alive that had cancer to pay for her medications and stuff. I mean, these are real things. It's real. This is everything that, I mean, healthcare is one thing that affects everybody. You're not going to make it through this life without seeing a doctor or a dentist or something going wrong. Or even when things are right, you should still be able to go and see your doctor for a checkup. But we can't do that because if we gave people health care, how are we going to force them into killing other people and joining the military and killing other people in other countries? If we gave people health care, then they might just switch their jobs up whenever they
Robotics
wanted
and
to.
AI are going to take over. Boston Dynamics.
That's why they're so hesitant on this. It's not just the fact that the big pharma lines the pockets of all these politicians or that these politicians own stocks in it. This is a systemic. They systemically need people to be deprived of this.
They're gonna, in regards to the military industrial complex, there's more money going to like Boston Dynamics, and what's going to happen is they're going to invest in, I mean, drone technology's out there. I know somebody personally, very close to me, that's been in the drone program, and I will say this: I've done a lot of, not from that person, but I've done a lot of research on it. Boston Dynamics. There's so many other companies out there and corporations that are going to use a drone, which means it's going to be operated at a desk playing World of Warcraft going after people. This is actually going to happen. And why pay for somebody to live and house for 20 years, which will cost and pay for their pension after they retire from the military, when you can just have a fucking robot do it for fucking $1 million, or not even $1 million. Like if you can mass produce it, you could do it for $50,000 and you're done. You can have them helicopter. You can make little drone helicopters. You can make little insects now. They got all kinds of shit. They're pretty soon the military, the actual men and women of the military that are going to hold a rifle, that are going to be in the trenches, won't be needed. They'll only use those people to start the new war, saying we're going to start stopping the killing and we're going to start implementing. What was that Iron Man? What was that Iron Man 2 when the robots were turned on them? That's not fiction anymore. That's actually starting to happen.
I mean, robots have a body count now. Do they not? Like over a year ago,
Yeah,
there was some kind
robots,
of,
drones have a body count.
there was some kind of like military AI something that went and killed a bunch of people. I know Slow News Day covered it, but it was maybe a couple of months back. But yeah, I mean that's not it's wild to me that that's something that is not permanently etched into my brain, but that's the world we live in now, where it's just like, oh, there's killer
Yeah.
robots. Okay, add it to a list of
Yeah,
fucking
there's going to be a lot of really crazy and heinous things that's going to happen. And I don't want to be the bearer of all the factual things that will happen, but it's going to happen. You're going to have the cognitive issues, the physical issues. You're going to have people that can't perform or do things mentally and physically anymore. They're already creating the booster and then another booster. What was that picture I sent to you? Oh my God, that was so good. I'm on my 59th booster. I gotta find that. It was fucking epic. But I mean, here's the point that I'm putting up right here. Nobel Prize winner, mass COVID vaccination, and an unacceptable mistake. This is creating the variant. It's right here. That's what I'm talking about. This is your Delta. This is your Delta. This is your Zebra. This is your Foxtrot. This is the way it's going to. Oswhistle, what's up? In Libya, that was last year, an autonomous drone assassin. Wow. An assassin. So, it's like, bro, I get to do the assassin. I get the assassin fucking drone today, bro. And these guys, it's just, oh my God. This is just getting out of hand. It's getting totally out of hand. And then who did the I think it was Steve and Glory. They did that whole thing on AI that it's totally in the wrong hands. It's on our hands, right? We're the peace and freedom fuckers. We're doing it for peace and freedom, right?
Yeah,
For our interests, for the United States, for our interests, and our interests are not our interests. They're the predator donor class's interest. It's not for the 99%. You're expendable. You're expendable.
Oh, just hearing the horror stories just in the chat here. I mean, Tanner Lowe's was talking about one of his friends that died from cancer, and it's just awful. Balthazar, I paid $828 a month for a silver plan back in Colorado. Just and there's so many. Everybody has this horror story of like, I went to the ER. They said nothing was wrong. They gave me a Tylenol, and now I am $10,000 in debt. Like this is like happening all over the place. I mean, and it's not just medical debt. I mean, you've got college debt. You've got. I mean, there's just debt is like it is literally drowning us. People that that can go and pay rent, rent, and yet they're denied a mortgage. Like, how does that work out? Like I could pay rent every month, but I can't get approved to get a house.
Exactly.
Just people getting fucked all over the place, and credit scores mean nothing. Credit scores are a way of policing poor people, because I guarantee you, Bill Gates has not thought about his credit score, not once. Credit scores are only something that hurts poor people. It's not something that hurts Bill Gates. It's not something that hurts Joe Manchin or Joe Biden or any of these other fuckers. This is a way of policing us. So you get punished for not having money. It's like the ATM overdraft fees. It's like, okay, well, you're going to charge me money for not having money. Well, guess what, buddy? I don't have any money. And that's what the credit scores are. It's like, we're going to punish you for not having money. Well, you know what? I wish I could help you out. You tell me where the money's at. You tell me how to get it. And I swear to God, I'll give you your part. But like, hey, we both have the same problem. I'd like to have money. You'd like to have money. But you know what? That's just not the case. Deal with it. This is the system that you set up. You paid the politicians to put this in place. And now it's going to follow me? Nope. It's I mean, get in line, motherfucker, with everybody else that owe money. Get in line.
So let me explain the reason why Equifax, TransUnion. Hey Seth, hey Seth, good seeing you, buddy. And good stuff. This Seth is very in depth. Jack Sith, the Sith Lord, Jack Sith, the sixth Sith Lord. So Experian, Equifax, TransUnion. The reason why that was created was to differentiate those that were going to be slaves or are slaves to the system and are not. So if you're striving for your credit score, if you're doing everything you can for your credit score because you want even though you're paying rent on time, you're paying your bills, you're paying your electrical and all this other shit, but for some reason, look, I can't just make that car payment all the time. I just, I can't just, because these are your necessities don't mean shit. It's the stuff that kind of connect to it, which is, your car, other things that you've maybe taken a loan off of, but they've created a system that's not going to work. 2008, Standard & Poor's, Moody's, what happened in 2008 was a bunch of fucking banks, CEOs that got together that created this insurance plan. That they would create this paper, the paper meaning these contracts meaning they went out to people that they knew would not be able to pay. Statistically, they knew that they were going to default, at least the greater majority, but they had insurance on that paper. They would get paid double and sometimes triple after those contracts we're fucked. And on those loans, it was all planned. The Great Recession of 2008 wasn't an accident. It was a planned process. And then we bailed them out. Bush bailed them out. Obama bailed them out. God, it just continues again and again and again. What's interesting is how the fuck are we still here? And we're like I'm trying to tell Caitlin Johnson that we're in a much more severe place. We're in a position as the 99%. And please, guys, if you can, talk about the 99%, how we're being oppressed, subjugated, abused. It's been that way for decades. And we always get the shitty end of the stick, bottom fucking line. It's time. It's definitely time for mass protests, if necessary, revolt, because, I hate to use the term because they were corrupted. They were infiltrated. This group was definitely taken over by the Republican Party, the Tea Party. We need an actual Tea Party. We need to start spilling fucking, and I'm not talking for us. There's an not an electoral party. I'm talking about. I don't know if we protested 100 million people right now that were out saying "fuck you" and your tyrannical, draconian, lockdown, mask bullshit, death jabs. I think they're still going to go. I think the plan is no matter what, and mark my words, no matter what, keep going. And they've got vetted soldiers. They've got vetted people. They got vetted generals that are out there getting a piece of this action. Some will turn, some will not, some will stay, some won't. But it's getting horrific. I mean, the picture I am showing right now is 60% of the people being admitted to hospital with coronavirus have had a double vax, have had the mRNA.
That shit's wild.
This is real news.
How the hell are you going to double medicate yourself? No other time has a doctor ever told you, hey, we'll just double dose your Tylenol. Just do that. Just do that. Or, hey, I'm going to give you a prescription for high blood pressure. Just double up on it. If you don't really trust it, just go ahead and double up on it just to be safe.
Triple. Let's triple. No.
That's not a thing. This has never happened before. Now, Big Pharma and the medical industry has definitely gotten away with a lot of shady shit, but I have never known a doctor to just go ahead and go along with double dosing a patient. I mean, that is just fucking wild.
You need triple antibiotics. That's what you need.
I mean, what do you think is going to happen when you overdose yourself on something like that? Of course, even if it was a tried and true, completely safe medication, if you double it up, it's going to be bad for you. It's not going to work out well. But no, they don't need to check that. They don't need to, as long as you're getting vaccinated, double vaccinated, they don't care. Just get all of them. Take all the vaxes. But yeah, now it's the unvaccinated that are causing it. The people that didn't fall in line with it. Just fucking crazy to me.
As I'm saying, people, and I hope people are listening, and I hope this goes as far as you can. There are people out there that are afraid. The big term that I know you hate to hear these words, Jimmy Dore. There are feckless people out there, and I know Jimmy is one of them. Jimmy Dore, that is Drama Dore, that won't talk about this stuff. They won't even bring it up. They don't have the fucking balls or, the courage, the clarity, quote unquote, courage and clarity. Because it's going to get nasty. And there's going to be a time, mark my words. I'm not a shaman. I'm not a fucking faith healer. And I am not a kahuna. I could be. I'm big enough because I'm Polynesian. But what I do know is shit's going to get bad. And he's going to come back and he's going to say, oh, I'm the guy. I'm the guy that said. I'm the guy that started saying. I'm the guy. But he's not the guy. Because he's wrong. He's been wrong since the get-go because he's already taken the second jab. And I think I don't know if he's taken the mRNA, but I hope he hasn't.
No, he's too afraid to see it. He doesn't want to see that information. He doesn't want to be knowledgeable on it because if he knows about it, then he might let something slip online. You know what I'm saying? Like, he can't allow himself that privilege of even learning about it and just not talking about it. He doesn't know anything about it. I mean, nothing at all. And he's not even doing his own research. It's somebody else is doing it. So, whatever. And look, that's what Tenderlungs is right here talking about in the chat. That's how he lost his foot. Was over was it over the antibiotics, like over prescription of the antibiotics? I saw that shit
Wait,
first.
What?
He lost his foot over that.
He's lost a foot?
Yes.
Wait, are you trying to tell me Jimmy Dore lost his foot?
No, Tenderlungs.
Oh my God, I'm sorry, dude. That sucks.
They'll
Fuck.
just pass out like antibiotics like it's goddamn candy, and like there's not a repercussion of that. And I saw that over 10 years ago when I was working in the hospital. It was back in 2011. Well, about 10, yeah, exactly 10 years ago. There was new strains of these bacteria-resistant lung infections people were coming in with. I forget the exact name of it, but they didn't respond to anything. Like, they just were unresponsive to any kind of antibiotic, highly contagious. I mean, it was a complete lockdown in their rooms. I mean, the nurses couldn't take care of other patients because it was too risky. So yeah, I mean, it comes at a cost.
Here's another.
Sorry, so here's another good one right here. HMS Queen Elizabeth, which is a UK naval flagship, right? Everybody tests positive, and they also have their mRNA vaccine. They're double dose. Double dose means you've taken the mRNA. If you're taking your first dose, it's usually the Johnson & Johnson. If you've taken your second dose, it's usually the mRNA, 85 to 90% of the time. So these people are still testing positive. So what the is this? Oh God, this is such insanity. But Caitlin Johnson says this is just capitalism, motherfucker. It's just capitalism. Babe, this is a whole nother level. This, like Stevie said, this is fucking capitalism at the 10th, like the 100th power on fucking steroids. Well, until the data runs out. Like that, Chris Foster. Exactly. Let me look at the chat real quick and see. Let me just grab this real quick. I got some good stuff in here, guys. Housing crisis is just a way for the banks to keep owning all the real estate. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
It's the
yeah.
dollar bill on a string technique.
Yeah,
You put the dollar bill in a string, you put it into the vending machine, you get what you want, and then you pull your dollar back out. That's exactly what these banks. Why would they give up an asset? Why would they go and give up an asset when they could keep owning the house, extort you for all your money, and then repossess the house at the end? And then they get all your money and they get the house. They still own all that shit. Like, that's just to them smart business, right? That's all it is. It's just, hey, it's nothing personal. Nothing personal. It's just good for our bottom line. And how gross is that? I mean, like, you're shaking down old, men and women, mamas and papas for houses. That's what you're doing. You're going to shake them down for houses. You're going to throw a family out on their asses and let them live out of a car, children living out of a car because it's good for corporate profit. These people are sick. They have an illness. It's called greed, and it's never going to be satisfied, no matter how much. Look how much we've already given them. We've given them our pensions, our houses, our cars, our student loans. We've given them everything, our wages, our vacation days. They're still not satisfied. They're not going to be satisfied ever, ever, ever. There's not going to be a point where they're like, well, that was enough. That was sufficient. I am wealthy enough. I am happy. I'm going to go live on my island and leave everybody the fuck alone. There's never that point. We'll never get there. The Jeff Bezoses and the Bill Gates, they're never going to sit there and say, well, that's enough for me. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to become a 100 million billionaire. You know, like, that's not how that works. They're just going to keep taking. Always. That's like the one of their 10 commandments is always constantly be expanding, constantly make more. You always have to increase the bottom line. Like, you always have to increase profit. Ever expanding. That's not how any of this works. I just hope everybody realizes that like, you're not going to give them a certain amount and they're going to be okay. They're going to keep coming after you. You're always going to be hunted by these people. Always. I don't care if you go to college. I don't care what neighborhood you live in. You're going to be hunted. You are hunted. Like, this is a war. Right? Like, this is a war waged on people. It's been waged on us for decades. And there's people that still think that there's good guys in there working for us. You know, your phone Jean that, hey man, she already paid for AOC's campaign, right? She didn't see any of her money. It all went to AOC. And what is she doing now? She's running the same grift for the people in MPP.
Nina Turner's
Running
doing the same.
grift.
Nina Turner, sorry.
Running the same
Yeah,
grift.
Nina Turner has taken Bernie Sanders' position.
They know that she's not going to get in office. They know that Paula Jean is not going to get into that office with MPP. They are not putting her out there legitimately as a candidate that they are working with and doing everything that they can to make sure that she gets in office. Absolutely not. She's a goddamn fucking cash cow for them. That's it. That's all she was for Justice Democrats too.
All right, I want to do real quick a moment of silence. And I've seen these guys twice, ZZ Top, which I'll be playing later. Dusty Hill, the bassist for ZZ Top. I love ZZ. I've seen them in concert twice. They're fucking epic. It's just good. Yeah, he died. Age of 72. All right, moment of silence, please, everybody. My mana and my heart and my mana of my heart and my spirit and my soul goes out to his fans, his family, and his friends. The guy was, I mean, I used to love watching this. I used to love watching these guys. But anyway, give me all your loving. I got some, oh, this is a good one right here. So, oh, I gotta play this. Can I play this? Oh, just let me play it. Let me play it. Please let me play it. No.
This guidance, I think, is something that is going to be very hard to comply with. I don't think many people.
Here it comes. Here it comes. I think this will come up. Let me just get this up. Let me get this up. Let me play this real quick. And you're going to hear this. Right? So, and if you look on this, look at that. 298 thumbs up, 3,400 plus down. Listen, Oz Whistle, good to see you. It's so good to see Oz. But listen to this. You're going to love this, okay?
Very hard to comply with. I don't think many people are going to comply with it. I wouldn't fault people for not complying with it. Obviously, if you're an immunosuppressed person in a high-risk area, I think you should wear a mask, because we know that the COVID vaccines may not have the same robustness in those immunosuppressed populations. Because we know that the COVID vaccines may not have the same robustness in those. Because we know that the COVID vaccines may not have the same robustness. Because we know that the COVID vaccines may not have the same robustness in those immunosuppressed.
I mean, he's saying it. He's saying it. The vaccines don't have the same robustness. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck? This is like, it's what? I mean, and nobody fucking agrees with this fucker or everything. I mean, it just thumbs down. Fuck you. They're like, fuck you and this bullshit. There are so many people out there, and if you were to look at that percentage, that's like 86 to, that's like 92% to 88%. That's say fuck you on this. It's probably more than that. It's like, I don't know, 98%. COVID vaccines doesn't have the robustness. What the fuck? How are you all? How is Jimmy? How is Kyle? How is fucking what's that? Lamar, Jamal, right? And all these fucking so-called progressives, and I got Green Party people. I mean, fucking arguing with. Thank God I got David Roldy, who was a Green Party candidate who started Greens Against the COVID shit on fucking Facebook. And there are a majority of Green Party people that are out there right now saying, fuck you. This is bullshit, which it should be. The ones that don't are full of shit. The ones that don't for the Green Party, which I was a media committee member of California, which is the largest group of fucking Greens on the planet. Oh, wait. Yo. Hope you're all doing good. Stash James Peterson. What's up? You see Stas is here. It's cool. That's cool. Oh, Mariana's here. Good to see you, Mariana.
I know. We got a lot of people in the chat right now.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just getting started. No, I always say it. You guys want to come on, let me know. I mean, I should have said that a long time ago. But if anybody wants to ever, I should have. Babe, it's your show. It's your show, honey. Go ahead and tell them.
Well, okay. Well, if anybody wants to come on and join us, let me know in the chat and I'll send you the link, okay?
Let's get this stuff out. We need to make sure, we need to let people that have, this is what I want. I'm gonna ask you guys for this simple favor. I know Stevie's with me. Whoever has an audience bigger than ours needs to start talking about this shit. Risking it. Fucking risk it. Risk just, if you have the courage, the clarity, and you're not feckless, the fucking thing that Jimmy always talks about, then you'll go after this shit. Because this is fucking nuts. It's not even nuts. It's horrifically crazy and wrong. So we need more people out there. We need the 99% to start fucking pushing this shit. We need the 99% to start saying, you know what? It's not about, what was that, network? I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it. No, it's way past that. It's way past I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. It's, you're fucking wrong. You're destroying our lives on purpose. You're criminals. You're fucking criminal murderers. These people are fucking murderers. And they're coming after us. Okay, allegedly. Thank you, right? No, you got to throw that in. Yeah, but anyway, this is going up on BitChute. Honey, you got to pull this off here. Because I'm going to say right now, the people that are involved in this, that are pushing this, and I had people arguing, and I had this one person on Twitter just recently, and I said, just watch this information and see all the stuff that I have, because I have a fucking giant list of stuff. And I want you just to tell me if this makes sense. Any of this makes sense. And she came back and she said, you know what? Thanks for the information. I'm looking into it further. And then she came back and she said, so why would you this, and that? And I sent her some more information. I said, but the conversation didn't stop. But at the same time, at least she was paying attention. Because there are people out there that are. I mean, they've had almost a year and a half, coming up on 2 years, a year and a half to figure this out. There are people that have had at least a year to figure out themselves on what's going on. And if they don't get it by now, then they probably won't. If they don't get it now, then they probably don't get while these piece of shit fucking doctors over here, so-called ethical physicians, give a shit, and they don't. Because let me explain the way that a doctor that prescribes drugs to you is the same doctor that's going to fucking say get the jab. Why would a doctor want me to get a jab? Well, for one, they're completely, this is the biggest point, indemnified. They can't be sued. There's no malpractice, nothing. They can't be fucking touched. They could actually accidentally put it in your arm. You could die or something. They're still fine. They're still fine. So what could happen, and they know this. They're not stupid. They know the fucking, don't tell me they're not paying attention, because by now they've done the research. They're fucking doctors. That's their job. They pay attention. They watch what's going on. So they make a decision. They make a conscious decision in their fucking corrupted minds, or not corrupted, to say, you know what? If people take this and they start getting side effects and they start hurting and feeling sick and ill and bad and blah, 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 where are they going to go? Who are they going to see? Who are they going to contact to set up an appointment? Every appointment to every doctor is either $150 to $200. Boom, done. If it's for a consult or whatever the fuck it is, whether it's 5 minutes or it's an hour, it's at least $150 to $200 fucking bucks. At the very, very least. Who pays for that? Big insurance. Where does that money come from? Well, there's a little bit of money that was set aside for COVID from your government. I am telling you right now, this is the biggest fucking scam that you will ever witness in your fucking life. It is just sick and disgusting. The biggest thing is, and I know Stevie knows more about this than I do, is $26 billion was just settled, not given, settled for opioids to a group of people, somebody, I think it was Ohio, I'm not sure it was. Now, a settlement means that nobody's going to jail. Nobody's getting prosecuted. Everybody's fine. Everything's good. But, so you get your money. I've already got my billions of dollars. Don't worry about me. I'm fucking fine. Let's just pay him a little fucking chunk of dough. No big deal. But the problem is it's going to continue to. A settlement means that the criminal activity continues. That's what a settlement means. That's what a settlement means. A settlement means the criminal activity on the party you're going after will continue. Just shut up. Shut the fuck up. Don't say anything. we're going to keep doing our shit. We need prosecutions here. Serious prosecutions. Fossey for sure. Gates for sure. And everybody else, even your fucking governmental, I want, God, Jim Justice, what a piece of shit, right? God, that motherfucker. God, there's, Gavin Newsom. I mean, there's DeSantis is now with Florida is pushing the vaccine. Just the other day, the narrative changed. All of a sudden, we want everybody to get the vaccine. All the people that were saying no in Texas and Florida and these states were saying, nah, we're not going to do it. The fucking narrative changed overnight, and the talking points were the same across the board. The memo went out. Push the vaccine, you're not getting money, or you're fucked.
Now, you said that it was 27 billion that they were made to pay,
26,
right? 26 billion. Okay. How much profit did Purdue alone make off of OxyContin? Only OxyContin, not their other opiate medications. Solely Purdue, solely OxyContin. As a result, OxyContin alone has generated approximately 30 billion in revenue for Purdue over the years, according to the Committee on Oversight and Reform of the U.S. House of Representatives. So that's probably a doctored number. I'm going to say
that's just one.
That's just one of them for one of the opiates. Now, that's not like they're.
How many are there?
Oh, there's more. I mean, OxyContin was like the highest concentrated one up until fentanyl. But before that, it was OxyContin. That was the one that it was like $80 a pill is what you would pay for that. $80 a pill on the streets. And they made 30 billion off of that. And now this lawsuit is for 27 billion. Even then they're still making more money than what they made more money off of killing people and destroying lives than what they had to pay in a settlement. That's why it will never, ever change, because nobody went to jail. They didn't have to give up every single profit that they made, which they should have, and some. None of that. They still have everything going for them. They have a future. They can go on to the next company and kill people for profit. And meanwhile, half the people I went to school with are either dead from cancer or from overdoses. But they get a little slap on the wrist. They paid 27 billion when they made, I would say, 10 times that in profits. This is the shit that people need to fucking hear, because what they're hearing is they paid 27 billion, justice was done, end of story, go home, nothing to see here. When that's not it. Nobody had to sacrifice anything nobody had any kind of consequences for this whatsoever. None whatsoever. They get to keep on killing people for profit. They get to go and with the profit they made off of this, they get to go and then kick back on their yachts, or in their fourth or fifth, their summer home, their spring home, their fall
They're
home.
going to make money from COVID. Don't worry. They'll make a shit ton from COVID.
But what I'm saying is that there's nothing happened to them. Just like nothing happens to the people that rig our elections. Nothing happens. That's why
you're talking about the primary, right?
Yeah, every primary, every election, every one of them. Whatever election you're thinking of, yeah, that one. Look at this. Let them move to heroin.
There it is.
Let them move to heroin, because if they move to heroin, they don't have to track the numbers anymore. So when it was brought up in an email, it said, "Hey, all these people that we got them started out on our drug. Well, now they're switching to heroin and methamphetamines." And she said, "Well, you know what? Good. Let them have heroin. We don't have to track the numbers." And the guy said, "Oh, well, I was thinking the same thing. I just didn't want to verbalize it," which is polite way of saying, "Oh, I'm just not a dumbass. I didn't admit that because I didn't think we were saying that in print. That could be brought up and printed in a newspaper article." Oh, I was thinking the same thing. I just didn't want to say it like a dumbass. Be held accountable for those words. Okay.
Yeah.
Let them do heroin. Let them do heroin. These are the people that care about your health and safety. These are the people that are trusted with vaccines. They're the ones out there paying people to politicians greasing the palms, right? To make sure that your child is mandated to be vaccinated or else they don't get to go to school. They're the ones that are in charge. These people, let them do heroin, people. They're the ones doing this shit. Just remember that. Let them do heroin.
So, yeah.
White people.
On paper, on paper, on paper. Hey, let me go in the chat real quick. Oh my God. Hey, Indy's here. Let me just read this real quick. Ended daft. Big pharma money grab. Independent got vaccinated card on the 3rd. Discuss. Yeah, I hope you're good. I know you guys had a bout with some fictitious flu. No. I've been sick. I get it. Cacatrell, show the nurse Jackie is real FI. I know that I have not. So many healthcare workers hooked on paint. Oh my God, healthcare workers. If you ever you know what I'd like you guys to do is watch a pharmaceutical rep. Wait, no, watch a pharmaceutical employee. Just watch them for a while.
There's a specific program for nurses that after they get hooked on medications like that they can go back through and still get treatment for being a drug addict and still maintain their nursing license. As long as you didn't fuck up too bad, you can still, yeah. I mean, it's such a problem that there's a program for it because they're on their feet over 12 hours, sometimes 16, almost 20 hours a day, taking care of people, right? Breaking their backs, lifting patients, moving patients, doing stuff. I mean, they're constantly, nursing will break your body down so fast. It's almost, it's like working at Walmart or somewhere. I mean, like your body gets degraded so fast. I've seen these nurses, I mean, they can barely move. 20 years into it, they're just, I mean, it's awful. It's awful on their bodies, but yeah. And then they're sitting there, just dying and in pain from their profession. And then it's just like, well, now I got to go give this comatose patient a Oxycontin. Well, maybe he won't notice it, and that's how it starts. That's how it happens. And like these people, they're just pushed to the brink and they don't get any kind of, assistance. They're understaffed. They're working themselves to death. It's awful. They're in an awful situation. It's a no-win situation.
Hey, by the way, we got Dan L. Values. Hey, welcome, guys. And I just got to say this. They don't even attempt to hide it anymore. They don't need to. Melcha OQ. QI. QE? Qui? God, this stuff is... Misha Kui. Yeah, they don't hide it anymore. Yes, I was going to the VA for counseling, and a whole bunch of VA personnel were going through pill rehab. Oh my God. Exactly. Look, big pharma. Look, if your country cared about you, you'd have a year, like a 20-year subscription to fucking 24-hour fitness. You would be able to, you'd have organic food. You would have, the sick. And this is, Indy, I love you. I don't know what happened, but I'm going to tell you right now. There's so much going on. I don't know I can't explain it to you right now. Watch the entire thing or get with me and I'll show you what's really happening out in the world. But I will say this to you because you mean a lot to me. You're a good friend of mine. Dave. What's Dave's last? I don't know his last. From Independent Outsider. Um, um, if you're when you're ill and when you're sick and you're hurting, big pharma, big hospital, big elderly care, which is a giant industry, salivates at that. They salivate at that because they get subsidies, they get kickbacks, they get loopholes, they get tax credits, they get everything they need to make more and more money at the behest, at the sacrifice of those that are dying, as from those that are ill. If you're healthy and if you're strong and if you're fucking you're not doing anything for them. You're not helping them. And we're talking about the predator donor class of those realms, of those of that industry, those industries. And it's been the same way with the military industrial complex, right? It's the fear, terrorists, blah 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 blah. Osama bin Laden. I mean, CVN 70, which is the ship I was on in the Navy, which is the Carl Vinson aircraft carrier, performed a ritual to dump Osama bin Laden's body into the ocean. We saw pictures. I guess that was him. We don't know. But they dumped his. This is the guy that supposedly did the 9/11 attacks. Building 7, which nobody talks about. So if you understand what Building 7 is, then you might understand what I'm talking about. But when that happened, me being, living in a berthing, it's called a berthing, of 94 fellow enlisted men underneath a catapult that fucking where it ended, it used to keep me up for days. There I am, believing in the system, believing in the way it works. Look, I want to defend my country. I love my country, but I love the people of my country, not the leaders, the supposed public servants, not the departmental, not the departmental leaders. That's totally different. The departmental leaders have, the CDC, if you've seen, is owned by Big Pharma. Most of their CEOs, most of the people that work for Big Pharma are ex-CEOs. I mean, it's so fucking easy. The dots are so easy. Look, people get sick. I get it. People have hard time, but it's our immune system. I mean, George Carlin had a great. I should play it for you guys, and I think I will. George Carlin had this great cartoon that was done. It was like after school something, and he talks about how they used to swim in the brook under the Brooklyn Bridge, and in the they were in feces and junk and stuff, but they built their immune system. That's the way. I will tell you right now, if you know a healthcare worker, not a healthcare worker, if you know somebody that deals with kids in the daycare system, I will tell you right now, they have probably the most dynamic, the strongest immune system on the fucking planet. Guaranteed. I'm going to look for that video, by the way.
Oh, children are disgusting. I mean,
They're
absolutely
fucking disgusting.
filthy.
But that's the way we were when I was. That's all.
Walking
Yeah.
petri dishes. That's all they are. I
They're
mean, just
petri
nothing
dishes.
but like oozing snot and spit and touching everything and licking everything. They're disgusting. Love my kids, but kids are fucking disgusting. And if you work in a daycare or if you're a teacher, you come in contact with them pretty much every day. Yeah, your immune system has got to be fan-fucking-tastic because these kids are slinging all the bacteria around.
By the way, I just want to tell you guys I'm a very fortunate man. I have a very beautiful, young, fantastic, gorgeous wife. You know, and
Who is she? I swear to God, I'm gonna go beat her
I
up.
am just extremely fortunate that she's about 7 feet away from me. It's pretty fucking cool, man. She's so fucking awesome. All right, 2,347 miles I've traveled, babe, for you, because I knew you're my huckleberry. I know it's kind of stupid. All right, I got the video coming up.
Because that's the way Americans are now. They're always willing to trade away a little of their freedom in exchange for the feeling, the illusion of security. What we have now is a completely neurotic population obsessed with security and safety, and crime and drugs and cleanliness and hygiene and germs. There's another thing, the fear of germs. Where did this sudden fear of germs come from in this country? Have you noticed this? The media constantly doing stories about all the latest infections. Salmonella, E. coli, hantavirus, bird flu, now they have West Nile fever. And Americans panic easily, so now everybody's running around scrubbing this and spraying that and overcooking their food and repeatedly washing their hands, trying to avoid all contact with germs. It's ridiculous, and it goes to ridiculous lengths. In prisons, and this is true, in prisons, before they give you a lethal injection, they swab your arm with alcohol. It's true. Well, they don't want you to get an infection. And you can see their point. Wouldn't want some guy to go to hell and be sick. It would take a lot of the sport out of the whole execution. Fear of germs. What a bunch of pussies. You can't even get a decent hamburger anymore. They cook the shit out of everything now because everybody's afraid of food poisoning. Hey, where's your sense of adventure? Take a fucking chance. You know how many people die from food poisoning in this country every year? 9,000, that's all. It's a minor risk. Take a fucking chance. Bunch of goddamn pussies. Besides, what do you think you have an immune system for? It's for killing germs. But it needs practice. It needs germs to practice on. So if you kill all the germs around you and live a completely sterile life, then when germs do come along, you're not gonna be prepared. And never mind ordinary germs. What are you gonna do when some super virus comes along that turns your vital organs into liquid shit? I'll tell you what you're gonna do. You're gonna get sick, you're gonna die, and you're gonna deserve it because you're fucking weak and you got a fucking weak immune system. Now, I'm going to tell you a true story about immunization. When I was a little boy in New York City in the 1940s, we swam in the Hudson River, and it was filled with raw sewage. Okay? We swam in raw sewage.
Hudson River, not
to
under
cool
the
off.
Hudson, sorry.
And at that time, the big fear was polio. Thousands of kids died from polio every year. But you know something? In my neighborhood, no one ever got polio. No one, ever. You know why? 'Cause we swam in raw sewage. It strengthened our immune systems. The polio never had a prayer. We were tempered in raw shit. So personally, I never take any special precautions against germs. I don't shy away from people who sneeze and cough. I don't wipe off the telephone. I don't cover the toilet seat. And if I drop food on the floor, I pick it up and eat it. I eat it, even if I'm at a sidewalk cafe.
I got the
in
22nd.
Calcutta,
I have the 22nd.
the poor
rule.
section, on New Year's morning during a soccer riot. And you know something? In spite of all of that so-called risky behavior, I never get infections, folks. I just don't get them. I don't get colds, I don't get flu, I don't get food poisoning, and I don't get headaches or upset stomachs. And you know why? Because I got a good, strong immune system, and it gets a lot of practice. My immune system is equipped with the biological equivalent of fully automatic
I love what
military
Kat's
assault
saying.
rifles with night vision and laser scopes.
Sometimes I play a
And
bunch
we
of
have
Carlin
recently
clips for my
acquired
neighbors
phosphorus
here, only
grenades,
in
cluster
daylight hours
bombs, and
though, 'cause I'm
anti-personnel
not that intrusive.
fragmentation
I don't care what
mines.
anybody.
So, when my white blood cells are on patrol, reconnoitering my bloodstream, seeking out strangers and other undesirables, if they see any suspicious-looking germs of any kind, they don't fuck around. They whip out the weapons, wax the motherfucker, and deposit the unlucky fellow directly into my colon. Directly into my colon. There's no nonsense. There's no Miranda warning. There's none of that 3 strikes and you're out shit. First offense, bam, into the colon you go. And speaking of my colon, I want you to know I don't automatically wash my hands every time I go to the bathroom. Can you deal with that? Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. You know when I wash my hands? When I shit on them. That's the only time.
Total legend.
You know how often that happens? Tops. 2-3 times a week. Tops. Maybe a little more frequently over the holidays. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you something else, my well-scrubbed friends. You don't always need a shower every day. Did you know that? It's overkill. Unless you work out, or work outdoors, or for some reason come in intimate contact with huge amounts of filth and garbage every day, you don't always need a shower. All you really
Iron
need to do
Chef
is
is
to
here.
wash the
Nice.
4 key areas: armpits, asshole, crotch, and teeth. Got that? The hooker's bath. Armpits,
lick the
asshole, crotch,
doorknobs.
and teeth. In fact, you can save yourself a whole lot of time
Gotta lick
if you
all the
simply use the
doorknobs to
same
build up
brush
my
on all
immunity. There you
4
go.
areas.
For God's sakes, what people need to understand, and I think it's important to know, I think it's vitally important to know this very simple fact. I'm here because my ancestry fought wars, went through plagues, and survived. Generation after generation after generation. And if you want to be weak, oh God, there I go. I'm fucking blurring out. If you want to be meek and malleable and obedient, right? If you want to be meek, malleable, and obedient, then sure, right? Then sure. I don't know why this thing keeps freezing up like this. Then be that person, right? But I will say this. Your lineage will die. Nothing will happen after you. It'll just stop. I don't know if it's important for you. It kind of is for me. I have a long line of very, very diligent, critical thinking, analytical, and persistent motherfuckers. And I know Stevie does too. And I know you guys do as well. We're a lot stronger than they say we are. We're a lot more well built than they say we are. We are a lot stronger than they say we are. Yes, we get flus, we get ill, man, I am the biggest pansy when it comes to a cold. Oh, can you bring me water? Go get some wonton soup, please. I just right? I'm such a wimp. You know, this little tiny bug gets me, but I get over it. I drink water and take a few vitamins, and I get past it. I'm not impervious to shit. I'm not. Nobody is, right? But I get by. The biggest thing is this.
See, I take the other route, which I never admit that I'm ever sick. Like I could be like puking, just like does right, like on death's doorstep, and I'd be like, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm here. I can work. I got it. if I don't acknowledge it, it's not happening. Just pretend I'm not sick. Mind over matter, right? Just placebo myself into believing I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. It's okay. It's just a flesh wound. Okay, I got it.
My thing is this, and I hope it's yours, is give your body a chance, right? Give it a try. Let your body try to. The reason why your fever goes up, which people don't even know this, 101, 102, 103, because it's actually burning to kill and destroy that virus or infection or whatever the fuck it's doing. It's part of the process. Your body has such an amazing immune system. It's been working your whole life. And all of a sudden it doesn't work. All of a sudden it doesn't fucking work. Right?
I mean, there are instances that, yes, that no matter how many doorknobs you lick, right, that there's going to be an instance where that bacteria is going to be a little bit stronger than what you've built yourself up to. There's some heavy hitters out there that, yes, that we do need, like our best, modern medicine or whatever type of medicine to contradict that, right, to fight that back. But the problem is like what we're seeing is, and Tenderfoot brought this up earlier, or Tenderlungs brought this up earlier, is that yes, that you can overprescribe when it comes to antibiotics. You can, like when you you take a medication that keeps you from like coughing, a cough suppressant, or a decongestant. It's keeping all that in your body. You're not purging that out anymore. Like the whole thing is like you're clearing that phlegm, you're clearing that out of your body. So sometimes when you take some of these medications they have out there, it actually makes it worse because your body's doing what it needs to do. It's trying to get all that out of your system. So like we're just trying to like put band-aids on stuff so we can show up to work and make it through it, when what we should be doing is just going home and being miserable and coughing and sneezing and snotting and
let it run its course. Let it run its course, right?
But we don't have the privilege of doing that because we can't call off from work. We can't afford a day off, and even if we could, oh yeah. When I was the store manager, me and my co-manager both got sick, and I said, look, during COVID, this is right when it first started happening, like within the first few months, and
May, I think it was May.
yeah, and the thing is, well, no, it was before May, but the thing is like we worked with food, like we were in food preparation, selling food. Yeah, we worked at Little Caesar, so you don't want sick people handling your food. And when we tried to say, look, and I had one day in like over 2 years that I worked there, I called off one single day. One day. And this was a day I cannot do this. I cannot go into work like this. My co-manager, we cannot work like this. We just need the day off. Absolutely not. We're not allowed to call off. So
that's nuts.
It's like you better go in there, but that's not the only thing that they were accused of, allegedly selling pizzas with poison water in it, allegedly, according to the lawsuit. And I talked to the woman that was in charge of that was part of that lawsuit, went up there and was paid to testify otherwise. She went up there and lied while she was screwing the lawyer. Yeah. But guess what? They didn't have to pay anything for poisoning people with tainted water. So, what can you do?
You're such a fucking trooper. My God, you are a super trooper. Super trooper.
Well, I was always trying to get them to revolt in there. I was like, you know what, guys? Y'all don't get paid enough to work this. Y'all don't get paid enough to make these pizzas and get treated.
Everybody
like
was saying the same thing, right?
I was constantly, I was like, you know what? Why don't we go on strike? Come on. I was always putting that little whisper in there. Come on, you're going to quit anyway. Just go ahead and go on strike with us. Come on.
Yeah, we got to get them to strike.
Vote a little bit, just a little bit before you go. Why don't you stick it to them right before you quit? Just go on strike. Just go on strike with us. I was always trying to get them. I was like, y'all don't get paid enough. I don't give a fuck. You do. If you get paid $8.75, you do $8.75 and work. That's what I demand for my workers. You're not staying off the clock like they had done it previously with every other manager, making people stay and work off the clock. Slave labor, right? Making them work off the clock. I didn't do that. I said, you give me $8.75. Do not do that. Do not go out there and clean the crowd. Don't go out there and super overdo your job. No, do not fall for their bullshit, because they're paying you $8.75 an hour, and that's what they get from you is $8.75 an hour. No more. I can't imagine why they let me go as a store manager. It's just although my sales were good, but I just didn't do their stupid bullshit. I made sure that I did everything like I could. I made sure to take care of the customer. I made sure that I wasn't fucking over any customer. I wasn't doing any kind of dirty shit. I'm just saying, look, well, no, I'm just saying, like, I didn't, at no cost to that. I'm just saying they did. That's what you have, but that's what you're up against. Even if you make the numbers and you fall in line with their bullshit when it comes to stuff like that, you got to watch out, because they'll still come after you if you're not falling perfectly in line. So even though I did the job that I was supposed to do, they still fire me. So.
And you beat that, didn't you?
I did.
Because they wanted to deny you of your unemployment, and you beat them. That was fucking epic. Good job.
Well, they're used to bullying people. And
yeah, the corporate, you beat the fucking corporate entity. That's fucking awesome. Let me jump real quick to the chat. I've got Thunderlungs 206. Something going on there with Cat Trell, which is good. I like to see a little action there. It's always good, because they're involved and they're paying attention. That's important. Tenderfoot, well, would you have been brutal joke if you could get that? Wait, let me go back a little bit. Let me see. Are you understanding what's going on? Oh, Dan L. Values. The VA was the first set up mail. Delivery pharmaceuticals. It became national news. And the VA changed their behavior. Oh, yeah. Fuck. Such bullshit, man. Okay, let's go down here real quick. Iron Chef, welcome. Gonna lick all the doorknobs. I saw that already. That was impressive. And Mariana, thank you, Mary. Think healthy thoughts, sweet. Already, Mariana, everything's connected like the head bone to the shin bone eventually. Kakocha, the most viral infections we pick upon are our skin, not through our inhaler exhausting. The skin is the largest. Yes, we are walking fucking organs, which people don't even understand. But let me just jump into this, you guys. So I've got Justin Trudeau has signed a 10-figure deal with Pfizer to keep supplying vaccines into 2024. So Trudeau paid for them, so now he's got to use them, except him to declare a perpetual crisis, the solution to which will always be injections, right? So this is for these fucking corrupted assholes and their wives and their friends and their family. This is so fucking disgusting. They're all a fucking part of this ginormous scam. It's so fucking horrifically terrible. And I keep seeing this all the time. It's always money. It's always money. It's always money. It manipulates all these people that are fucking your supposed public servants, your supposed departmental leaders that give a fuck about you, that are tightly connected to the major industries, the military industrial complex, big banks, big insurance, big pharma, big nuclear, big fracking. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. This is out of fucking control. The other thing is which people sometimes don't even bring up is Citizens United. Citizens United. McCutcheon versus the FEC. One of the videos that I was able to keep, and it's a good video. There was this pink hat giant protest, right? And I went out to Santa Ana, California, which is the capital in a sense of Orange County, California, next to Disneyland and all of Orange County. And there were at least, I don't know, like 40, 50,000 people there. And I kept bringing up, get rid of or fight or go against or reverse Citizens United. There would be like one person out of like 50. Yeah! They didn't get it. Right? McCutcheon versus FEC, bad. Right? Yeah, like one out of like every 20 or something like that. And a lot of these people don't understand is that the predator donor class set up Citizens United, McCutcheon versus FEC, and every reason for the predator donor class to keep feeding our supposed public servants and their supposed departmental heads. You know, Fauci and all these other fucks that lead the NIH, Department of Health and Human, the DHHL, et cetera, is they're all in on this. The money just keeps flowing in. The money just keeps flowing in, and that's their motivation. These fuckers are so greedy. They're so scandalous scandalous is not even on the level of where these people at. They're horrifically criminal at this point. Because what I'm saying, and I've said this for a long time, at least for a year, is when the jab comes, when all this stuff starts happening, people are going to start suffering really bad, right? It's going to get bad. It's going to get worse. You know, and I know there are people out there right now that had just took the jab a month ago or a couple months ago, or maybe they took it 3 or 4 months ago, you know, the mRNA. But it doesn't, it creeps up on you. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. It's not something that's going to happen within the next couple of days. Mick Smith, welcome, spreading misinformation. Oh, thank you. We're trying. We are fucking doing our best, by golly. But it's going to creep up on people pretty bad. You know, I had Independent Outsider that was here earlier. And, I love that kid, but he got stuck into this. You know, and people get sick. I got it. Look, if I got, you know, I'm very fortunate. I had a, you know what? I've had probably every fucking vaccination and flu shot before 2020 that could ever happen. And as a matter of fact, in November, or was it September, I think it was, late September, I had a flu shot. And I still remember the pain in my shoulder. It was in my right shoulder. It's like I could still feel it. Not like Fosse, who doesn't remember what shoulder he got it in. That actually fucking happened. He did not remember or notice the fucking side he got a flu shot, which he didn't. He got saline solution or whatever. He's never had shit. And I haven't had anything, and I'm very fortunate. Because I've been sick before. I've had fevers. I've had problems, yeah, like everybody. But all I know is this. There are people out there that are vile, extremely disgusting, horrific human beings. I don't care what cult they're in. I don't care what theism they're in or dogma or whatever club or association or society they are in, whatever excuse they want to use, whether it's some satanic practice or not. They're just some fucking just disgusting motherfuckers out there. And it's sad. It's just sad that they're, for one, they're out there. For two, that they buy into it. Because I'm in a small town with 1,500 people. Good people everywhere, just doing their own thing. We got quads running around and people riding bikes. I'm sorry?
Four-wheelers.
Four-wheelers, not quads. Am I saying that wrong?
We call them four-wheelers. They're not quads.
Okay, well, sorry, I'm from California. And the thing is they're good people. They're decent, good, citizens of a country that has so much potential for its people. But the problem is you have so many corrupted fucking people that got in. They're right there. They're at that point. They're there. They got it. They're going to get reelected. They got money coming to them. Big Pharma's going to fucking pay for everything. And it's sad. And it's pathetic. And it's wrong. And it's been that way for decades. It's been like that for a long time. I mean, I know that this state has had its problems. It's had its issues. It's had its... God, so many people have suffered here. But every state has. Really. Every state has had their issues and problems. But it shouldn't have never been that way. Because this has happened for decades. The 99% has always been abused, beaten, and battered, and expendable. Right? That's a run-on sentence. But they've always been expendable. And we're more so than ever. And we've got to do what we can. We've got to do what we can.
Especially when they're calling you a hero. When you're essential, when you're a hero, that's what that means. Who do they call a hero? People that go in and die. That's who are heroes. Heroes are people that go in and die for something. And now essential workers are heroes. They're the group of people that, who cares, right? I mean, they bring up your groceries, they stock the shelves, they make sure that you get everything that you need, whether it's at a grocery store, fast food restaurant, whatever. But who really cares what happens to them? Because they're essential. Just because you're essential doesn't mean that you're important. So you're an essential worker, but you're also expendable. Doesn't matter if you live or die. Preferably, you would just, croak quietly and earn the government some more money.
Yeah, I mean,
various forms of
let me play
COVID
something real
passports are
quick. I gotta show you this real quick. I've got which is interesting because Russell Brand, who has, I don't know, 3.5 million subscribers, talks about the Great Reset. He talks about the tyrannical, draconian positions that are happening and things that are going right now. But for some reason, Jimmy Dore won't. For some reason, Kyle Kalinske won't. For some reason, Caitlin Johnson won't. For some reason, a lot of people that supposedly were progressive and they care about the 99%, they won't. That's what fucking gets me. Let me share this with you real quick. I think this is important for you guys to see. Just a moment. Un momento, por favor. What was that?
Four-wheeler versus quad debate.
Yeah, it's fucking a quad, man. What the fuck? If I ever start saying four-wheeler, oh man, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble.
Oh, we're already wearing off on you.
Here we go.
Baby doll.
being introduced across Europe, and we are seeing protests all over Europe's major cities. Where do you stand on COVID passports? Do you think vaccines should be made mandatory? Do you think it should be sufficient to show proof that you've recently had a negative test or recently recovered from the virus? Or do you think the government should stay out of your private business? And will they use these passports as a way to create the dystopia we've always feared was on the horizon?
Thousands of demonstrators came out on Saturday in Paris to protest against stricter
Always on the
anti-COVID
horizon.
measures. When the scuffles turned violent, the police used tear gas to disperse the crowd.
We don't want people coughing and choking. Have some fucking tear gas. Right. Why are you not wearing a mask?
But that public anger didn't deter French legislators.
Le projet de loi est adopté.
They passed a law last night that will make vaccines mandatory for health workers and vaccine passports essential to get into museums, cinemas, and festivals.
The coronavirus pandemic has created unprecedented political tensions and has built further upon divisions that were already present in culture. In America, of course, the kind of Trump-Biden divisions, the left-right divisions. In the country I'm from, the UK, the Brexit divisions are once again.
All right, Moniara brought something up.
Yeah. She said, why is Russell Brand covering this and not the rest of the infotainment crowd like the government secret guys? Yeah, the guys that have, like, what is it, a weekly show of government secrets? Like, pay attention, guys. It's just one of them that you could be sharing, but it's not like, what, 40, 50 years ago, so they got to wait another half a century before they'll cover it.
Here's the thing about Russell Brand, because his audience is so big, he's a huge moneymaker to YouTube. You guys got to understand that. Those that are not big enough and cannot fill the pockets of YouTube won't get this kind of money. Ads, I mean, it's marketing and everything plays into this. So they'll keep him, right? The other thing is the way he puts everything, the way he lays it out, the way he spells it out, the way he is very well done. It's very well done. He's a jiu-jitsu practitioner too, which is cool. Jake Smith again. Always he came back. Hey, perfect people.
Oh, Jake, I'm so glad that you're here. It's been a while. No, I saw you the other day over in somebody else's chat. I think it was.
But he was here earlier tonight.
Oh, I didn't see him earlier. Oh shit.
Girl,
Well,
you
good
need
to
to
see
pay
you here,
attention
Jake.
to your fans.
They're fans. They're just people that hang out with us.
I know they're good people. Fan. He's not. He's a fan of us. We're a fan of him for sure. He put in some good information, by the way. Let me just keep playing this real quick. Give me just a moment.
Again, played out through the sort of liberal versus conservative or libertarian versus progressive kind of arguments that are springing up around masks and vaccines. Wherever you stand on this issue, it seems that unprecedented legislation is being introduced, and this is something that we should certainly be mindful of. Even if you're a person who thinks, absolutely, we must have vaccines, the coronavirus has created a unique situation and we need to respond to it uniquely. The erosion of civil liberties is always something that should be viewed in a circumspect, judicious and cautious manner. Interestingly, in the UK, church leaders have come together to oppose these measures, or at least speak out against them. Hundreds of UK church leaders have told the Prime Minister, he's called Boris Johnson, he's that man. Do you remember when he had coronavirus and he was like a little baby bird, remembering his nurses' names? That guy's gone. They've told the Prime Minister that plans to use vaccine passports for entry into venues is one of the most dangerous policy proposals ever to be made in the history of British politics, with a potential.
So what's interesting is in the U.S. it's opposite. We have religious leaders now that are okay with it. Religious leaders now are okay with it. Russell Brand has a Masonic tattoo. Just to let you know, Mr. Smith. G. Edward Griffin, and I did a video on this. I don't think it's not still up because it was with my first channel got ripped, and my second channel, and now I'm on my third, and my third's about to get ripped. But G. Edward Griffin simply explained, and I think this is important for people to understand, is, and I always hear this Masonic shit all the time, and it's not shit, it's real. It's the practice of it. There's a system. It's rings within rings within rings. So those who are part of the first ring control the second ring that feed the third ring of people that are outside of that. And it's like multi-level marketing. MLM, multi-level marketing. It's like the pyramid. It's the same. That's where multi-level marketing came from. Was the Masonic practice of that's where McDonald's, their practice came from, where we create one process of making food, and we mimic that, and we keep that going in a chain that goes down the system, and it feeds the higher ups. It always feeds the top of the level. They always get their cut. So, and if you'd like, just let me know, and I'll share that video of G. Edward Griffin, because I brought it up in one of my YouTubes that are gone now. But it's very simple. The Masonics, they don't exist anymore. I mean, the Freemasons, they're still here, but they're not the same. It's the practice, it's the system, it's the usage of how that system works. The oligarchs, the predator parasitic donor class, or Stevie calls it the parasitic class, continued this process, which works, and it's still being used to this day. I didn't even know that we were together because she was always claiming LGBTQ. I thought that they were like the Golden Girls or something. And the Lee was the Chris. What is he talking about? Oh, Tenderlungs. Okay. Anyway. So what I'm really saying to you guys is, and I'm not cutting down the Masonic thing that everybody uses, but it's the process they're using. And there are a lot of processes that have happened. Let me give you my best example of this. So I'm taking Marketing 101. That was the name of the class at Orange Coast College when I was younger in Orange County, California, in Costa Mesa, California, Orange Coast College. And the class I remember the most was the marketing teacher. This lady goes, and she's talking about how marketing works and how the branding and the labeling and all that stuff, and how words do certain things to people, and how images and shapes and all this other stuff. And she goes, does anybody know what's the longest, most efficient to this day marketing process that still works to this day? It works, or something like that. The question was, what was the longest practice of marketing that still works to this day? In my head, but I didn't say, but I knew in my head, I still remember, as I said, the Bible. She said publication, marketing publication. I said the Bible. And then sure enough, she says the Bible. And I go, what? I could not believe she fucking said that. Because that has been a process for centuries, for thousands of years. The way the process works is they keep, and we're talking not just about that religion. We're talking about Quran. We're talking about Judaism, other religions. These are marketing practices. These are sales practices. These are advertising practices. And still to this day, you have people at these large marketing firms that still use those same practices. Get in there, talk to people. I know they don't know what you're talking about. Get them excited and let them know what you know above what they think they know, and get them to know otherwise. Get them to know otherwise. So here's the thing. We have been conditioned to believe for a long time, and in my culture, because I'm Hawaiian, is that the person that told the best story, hey brah, you want to talk story? Talk story. The person that had the best story had the best light. They had the most, they had the most audience. They had the biggest audience. The person that told the best story, the best way. They elaborated, they articulated, they conveyed, and they gave people a story that was not only exciting, not only interesting, but had a great punchline, right? And it hit people. And when they knew this could work, they kept using it. So this is what's happening to the world. It's been happening forever. If you think, if you thought, or if you believe that that car you bought at the dealership, even though you said on Friday, I'm going out this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and I'm going to go to 4 or 5 dealerships. But on the second or third dealership, you got sold. Why did that happen? Because you got controlled. You got taken in. There's a whole fucking process. I could show you the video. I've saved, and I could show you the sales and marketing processes of control on a customer and the way it works. And they have these practices, these seminars, and they use this on people in the media and everywhere. You just won't think it'll happen to you. Because of your pride, because you believe you're never going to get fooled. So that person that bought that car, not on the 5th time, didn't go through the entire weekend and go back and say, you know what, I'll take dealership number 1 because they gave me the best deal. Or dealership number. It never fucking happens. Never happens. The problem is most of us won't admit to being sold or bought or manipulated. You just, no, that would never happen to me. And I encounter that all the time. Facebook, Twitter, talking to people. They won't admit it. They won't ever admit it, because what's important for them is they believe they got the best deal, the best price, and the best product. That's all they need to believe. So this is happening now. This is a big fear tactic. It's fucking crazy, and it's still happening to this day. But at a on steroids level. Right now, there are things that are happening to all of us. I mean, from the beginning of this, let's just say the first 3 or 4 or 5 months of 2020, millions of jobs shut down, gone. I mean, still to this, fucking, what is that restaurant I keep talking about with the girls in the restaurant? What's it called? What's it called? No, there's like, they wear like tight shorts and all this other shit. What the fuck? Hooters.
Oh, Jesus.
Fucking Hooters used to be the big place here in Kanawha City. What?
Was it?
Oh, babe, that place used to be packed.
Was it? I don't know.
No, what I'm saying is that place is gone.
Oh, what?
So many other,
Look, I
don't,
ain't gonna warn you.
no, I'm, the point, and I'm saying is, it's a fucking ghost town. There are so many people.
It's been a ghost town.
Well,
Say
just a
this right
second,
now.
please let me finish. Please let me finish.
Okay.
So this place that's already been a ghost town is a double, triple ghost town now. And how many other places are like this? So these motherfuckers don't give a fuck. They don't care. These billionaires, quadrillionaires, zillionaires, they've made their money. They've got their money. They don't give a fuck. Everybody is expendable. Now I went to a Mariana. I've been to Hooters in L.A. and Orange County. They used to have these family deals. Just letting you know, where I'd bring in my kids and I'd sit down with my kids. They had family deals where they'd eat for free. It was so weird. So I'd have this chick with these tight shorts, cleavage tits, serving my kids, and my boys were like, "Dad, Dad, Dad, pay attention, Dad." But anyway, it's very weird, but it happened. Not here, though. Not here. It's different. But what I'm saying, she's she's totally busting me. But what I'm saying,
Sorry, but I would love to see like the counter restaurant opened up to that, which is like, I don't know, Wingdings or something, where it's just a bunch of dudes in like Speedos and shit. Like, can you imagine that happening? No, because it's
no,
ridiculous.
they got that. They've got that. That's out there.
Please, no.
But not anymore.
We don't need any of that. I just want to eat. I don't need, like I don't need the sexual tension when I'm trying to like just eat some chicken wings.
You know what sucks, man, is I've taken you to LA at the if you went to LA at 2019, so we went in 2020. We went there twice in 2020, right? And I've been there like 3 or 4 times. But the thing is when we went there, I was going to take her through Hollywood, and I had no idea what was going on or how it was happening. But it was bad. The fucking homelessness was nuts. Every corner, every street, all over that. And it's still building up to this day. There were so many people that were homeless in tents, tent everywhere. This is nuts, guys. This should not be happening. This is fucking insano. This is so. And people aren't even talking about this. I mean, there are people like talking about, but I mean, this is the result of the predator class and their fucking Great Reset.
What are you screen sharing?
What?
You're screen sharing.
No, I'm still screen sharing. What's his name? Oh yeah. He's already made his point. I mean. That was a good one. Here's a good one. Play this.
Mandate from him. I have nothing to say about that except we honor it.
Leader McCarthy's.
So she says right there, so she's talking about McCarthy, criticism of the House mask man. So she goes, I got my mask, but she's holding her mask. She goes, I got my mask. She just says that. I got my mask.
Say about that except we honor it.
Leader McCarthy's.
That except we honor it.
Leader McCarthy's.
Except we honor it.
Leader McCarthy's.
Except we honor it.
Leader McCarthy.
Except we honor it.
Leader McCarthy.
About that except we honor it.
Leader McCarthy.
I got my mask. She's holding it in her hand. Are you watching this? You got to watch this.
That helps.
No, it's like, okay. It's
I've got my prop
What?
with me. I've got my prop with me. It's right here in
No.
my pocket.
It's like saying, I have my Vagisil. I don't know. I've got my. It's like I have my my eyeliner with me, or I have my, I don't know.
There's a kid I went to high school with that had one of those like diabetic insulin all times. And so, like, it's like him saying, "Oh, well, yeah, of course I've got my insulin pump. It's over there in my locker."
Yeah. No, it's like she's. I've got my mask. She's telling everybody, but she's not wearing. Oh my God! Tell me. You know, I'm gonna make a picture. I'm gonna make a meme. I gotta make a meme out of this for sure. But this is fucking ludicrous. What the fuck? What the fuck? I mean, the hypocrisy, the double standards, the irony. You know, the contradictions have been insurmountable. Look, I'm telling you, they're going to keep pushing this thing, even though, like I said, you can staple COVID as being bullshit on their fucking forehead in big fat letters, proof of everything. They're going to keep going. I mean, what the fuck? I've got my mask. Okay. So you're not wearing it right now, or you just got it in your hand because, is your hand protected? Because her hand is protected from COVID.
Oh,
or
and
from
look,
a flu.
it's color coordinated with her pantsuit.
All of them were.
Oh, isn't that cute? They have it matches every outfit, and I guarantee you they're not double using those either. One single use. She probably paid $50 for that goddamn piece of shit mask, and then she'll chuck it.
Oh yeah, somebody fucking made it for her. You should wear it because it looks
Dude,
good.
these people people like this just absolutely drive me up the wall. The such privilege and softness and weakness. Nancy Pelosi couldn't survive a day in our fucking shoes. Not one single day without her $24,000 fucking refrigerator or her goddamn, ice cream and her mansions and her power and her privilege. If she got treated like a McDonald's drive-through worker, I guarantee you she would yeet herself off this mortal coil so fucking fast.
Babe, she'd shoot herself in the fucking head.
She couldn't do it. No, they can't handle it. Not even the concept. If they even thought for a second they had to live like us, or even not even as bad as us, but like even if they were doomed to a life of middle class suburban life, they would fucking just take themselves out of the equation. Okay. They can't handle it. They can't. These are people that have never gotten calluses on their hands.
I can't see it. But anyway, imagine this. Imagine this. She has your job that you had at the drive-thru, right? And she has the cash register, and she has a fucking a Colt 45 or a gun. I guarantee you. And I said, you have to work 2 hours here to do this. She would fucking shoot herself in the head. You know, she'd last maybe 28 minutes. And she'd go, boom. Wait, who's here? Wait, somebody's, Chessie, Heretics, Choose, Coordinates. That's a long fucking, does anybody know anything about the Defense Flash News? That's who hosts the video of General Miley. If you think about it, it's kind of creepy. NATO opening command central in USA. Oh yeah, no. Choosy Heretics, choose. There are things happening with FEMA right now that people need to understand. I'm going to do some more research on that. I know it's happening in British Columbia. I just got a video on it, that they're starting to set up some serious camps. Skip ahead to where General Miley speaks. Don't listen to any of this other ass clowns. I haven't yet. Okay. I hope we're on the same page, by the way.
Yeah. Choose these good people.
Yeah.
I see him everywhere, and he's very consistent in what he's been trying to get everybody to get on board with, which I have. I've got it up on my whiteboard. That is like, because Michael Mathern, he's been after me. He was after me for, I don't know, probably well over a year. He's like, what about the hybrid regime? Check out the hybrid regime. Look into what it means. Have you looked it up yet? And I was like, please keep reminding me until I do this. And I'm so glad because I mean, and you're the same way
Can't
in
see
your
you.
message too. And you're the same way in your message. It doesn't matter. You're screen sharing. Nobody can see us anyway. Anyway, I appreciate that you're out there trying to like get everybody on board with this, which I've got it. Like I said, I've got it up on my whiteboard. I've got Carnation Revolution up there. I took a screenshot of what you were saying about what you brought up tonight with the General Miley and all that. So I'll tie that into it too. So yeah, I'm going to look into this. It's on my to-do list, which, you know, might take me a little bit, but I'm getting there.
All right. Stevie's always there for everybody. She's just amazing, guys. You have no idea. So it's better to walk alone than with a crowd going in the wrong direction. I encounter this 24/7, 365, I can say now. But I know the truth, right? I know the facts. I know what I'm talking about. You know, talk to me, debate me, whatever. You know, and everybody's like, punk, fuck you, idiot, jerk, piece of shit, asshole, mask up, freak, get a life. I've heard it all. But they won't come on. They won't. I mean, Indy was here early. He won't come on the show. I'm trying. I won't. I mean, he talks about.
Why do you love Trump so much?
What?
Why do you love Trump so much?
Who loves Trump? Oh, I know exactly.
Why
No. Yeah.
You're just a
You know what?
Trumper.
That's what. That's exactly one of the other. Oh,
And
you're
when
a Trumper.
And when Trump was president, what did you get called? It was probably the other way around. You're just mad because Bernie didn't win or Hillary didn't win. It's always it's a duality. If you don't support one thing, obviously you support the other. So, you know, that's what people automatically jump to. It's just like, have you paid attention to anything that he's been saying? Like, how could you ever confuse Jimmy with a Trump supporter? It's wild.
Oh, Trump is my favorite piece of shit.
He's the favorite person to make fun of.
Babe,
That's about it.
I'm going to show something that I know you can't wait to see. Because I'm not throwing you under the bus. I'm just saying.
What are you doing? Don't leave with you're not throwing me under the bus.
No, honey.
Throw you under the bus.
No. I'm just saying. Today, or early yesterday actually, my wonderful wife and her kids did the most amazingly wonderful thing I've ever seen in my life. The most ingenuous, creative. No, babe, this is fucking epic. What are you talking about?
I don't know what. I probably look like jack shit on there.
No, you can't see it. I got, trust me. You're beautiful. That's just the way it works. You guys got to see this. It's fucking epic. So I go outside. Right? What is going on over here? Is this a redneck pool? That's my truck. You guys gonna see? It's fucking awesome. Honey, that's a lot of water for my truck. Just okay. I don't know, but that is pretty nuts, huh? All right, you guys good? Oh my gosh.
What time is it?
How much water is in there? It's my.
Stand up, Eli.
What?
What time is it?
I don't know. It's like 7:40 or something.
Now watch. I'm watching. As I do my best splash that you have ever seen.
Let's see it. That's so awesome.
You don't have to turn away.
All right, go for it. Go for it.
This is my best splash. 3, 2, 1.
That's not bad. Eli, do cannonball. Eli, do cannonball. That's his best splash.
That's what we call redneck
I'm
engineering.
drowning. I'm drowning.
Is that called the whining baby? Is that called the whining baby? I guess it's called the whining baby.
Yeah. All right. Hey. That was a very good job. All right, and he got a splash at the end. All right, let's rate that. I'll give that an 8.2. That was definitely 8.2. Go for it. All right, he's fine. Just go.
All right, let's go.
Go for it.
Johnny's not moving. This is where I do it. This is my favorite spot.
All right. Go. Splashes, super splashes. Super splashes. Oh, God, water came over here. That was it? That's it? Where's the grand finale? Out here in Marmet, West Virginia. So there's a regular pool over there, right? Nobody is ever in that pool. Nobody. It's like I've never seen a single person in that pool. That's a pool. Pool over there.
But our pool is portable.
Right? Yeah, your pool is like right next to the church. We could have drove around with your pool, but
Yeah.
this is the church. That would have been cool. Of the young residents with the polys. And the Kings. Also, we got Eli splashing like a crazy man. Oh, look. Stephanie's going for a super splash. Stephanie's going for a super splash. Excellent, excellent.
Yeah, that's your
And they got Julian. Gave us his presentation already. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. All right, everybody splash right now. Everybody splash together. Splash together, splash together. 3, go. Splash, splash, splash. Splash, splash, splash. Oh, it looks like a jacuzzi. It's like a jacuzzi in there. Super splash. Good job, guys. Outstanding, outstanding. All right, I'm good.
So we'll make our own pool. Screw it. I don't care.
Babe, that was fucking epic, man. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Ever in my life. Coming from a guy that's lived in Hawaii and surfed giant waves, 20 footers at least. Been in probably every pool, and I've been in the Bellagio and
I'm sure you've been in like the infinity pools
Yeah.
and all those
oh yeah,
nice ass ones.
Yeah, all those shit. But that was the fucking most epic thing I've ever seen in my life. And I had no idea you were doing that. I was working, I was on my lunch, and I came out, and I actually, before I came out, I go, where the fuck is everybody? And I look out the window at the top, and I go, what the fuck? And I go, oh shit, something's happening with my truck. And I go, what the hell's going on? So I go out, and I find out that my wife, who is epic, decides to put a tarp out for her kids to play in the water on a hot summer day. What the fuck? That is so fucking epic. That is so amazingly, that is the coolest thing in my life besides surfing giant waves and going up against people in the octagon and shit that I've done. It's fucking epic. That was fucking awesome. Did they have fun?
Yep, they had a blast. At first they were just like, I don't know, let's just play video games or whatever. And I'm just like, nope. Okay. Okay. I'm 33 years old. All right. Y'all are walking around acting like a bunch of geriatric 80-year-olds. Like, I don't want to. It's outside. It's not fun. I made them go out there. And after they go out there, they had a blast. They had a blast.
That is so fucking cool, babe. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. To put that together. By the way, the name of my truck is Spot. Spot. S is in Sam. P is in Paul. O is in October. T is in Tom. And S is in Sam. Wait, that's Spots. Spot. S-P-O-T. And I got Spot from the Munsters. The Munsters. All right. Stevie's awesome, man. Fucking epic, guys. Epic, epic, epic. Anyway, I'm just...
That's what I named my car Eileen, because every time I start it, I don't know if it's going to start. So every time I go to start it up, I go, come on, Eileen.
Come on, Eileen. Oh, I swear. Yeah, so my goal is to protect those kids. To make sure they're safe. To make sure that none of them will ever touch a needle from these fuckers right here. Ever, ever, ever. Right? The fucking Great Reset. I swear to God. And I want everybody to understand this very simple request. Get out there. Protest. So, on DIY Liberty or Party Exodus, which is leaving the parties, I think I'm going to DIY Liberty is cool, right? What do you guys... I want to... If you guys can...
I don't know. I like DIY Liberty, but this is like our 5th website name, and we just need to be consistent at this point.
I know, because we've changed a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Yeah, too many. So I'm going to go... I want to hear everybody just say, do you guys like DIYLiberty.org or do you like Party Exodus to leave the parties? And I think DIY Liberty holds more truth and substance, honestly. And I think it would be important for all of us to understand this very simple fact. And I'm going to say this right now, is that the electoral process, the political process, and the voting process is bullshit. It's always been bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. And it's crap, right? Nobody gives a shit. Oh, by the way, in California, the prices of fucking gas is $5.20. What the fuck? This is bullshit. This is such okay, let me explain the reason why the prices are so high, and then... So the reason why the prices are so high in California and everywhere else is because about 30, almost 40% of the people that were working here and there and traveling are not anymore. 20, maybe 30%. So there's more people working from home online, right? So they're not using as much gas as they used to. So they make the fictitious hacking crap that came out of fucking nowhere. $5.79. Tenderloins 206. $5.79 for me. My old ass motor don't like cheap gas. That's fucking nuts, bro. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's price manipulation at its least. And it's all designed to take advantage of us, right? And what's happening now, which is really important, French protests call for freedom amid government vaccine push, right? Look at the streets. Look at those streets. We need to start doing that. So what we're saying, and we're going to put it up on the website for Party Exodus, aka DIY Liberty. right? Because you guys need to be liberated from this shit. I need to be liberated from this shit. It's time to be liberated. We're not talking libertarian shit. We're talking about the draconian, excuse me, the tyrannical, draconian corporate governance that is happening upon all of us. Upon all of us. And it's crazy. It's wrong. So we need to fucking create our own system.
So how is it that they're sitting on a stockpile of oil, gasoline, whatever, because nobody was driving like that? Now everybody is going back, going on vacations. Things are opening up now, and now gas prices are through the roof. How the fuck does that work out? Can somebody do the math on that? Because they've got a surplus.
No, that like I'm saying, I mean, the reason why they raised lumber prices was because of there wasn't enough people buying property, enough people building. So
and gas prices, I call bullshit on that too, because people have been stuck at home and they're doing all kinds of renovations and shit. All these middle class people stuck and going like stir crazy in their houses, they're building shit. Guarantee you. I'm calling bullshit on that.
A couple of birdies came in and said, hey, guess what? Giant corporate megalithic companies are going to come in and buy property. You guys will be able to make a lot of money if you raise your prices on lumber, because they're still going to do it no matter what. And that's part of what happened. It's pretty cut and dry. The other big thing is there's no need for that. There's no reason for it. There's no deficiency. There's no negative surplus or anything. It's fucking bullshit. Seriously. And
not that we even needed that shit in the first place for cars, but whatever. They're the ones that it ended the trolley system and tanked all the research on electric cars, all this other shit just to keep the gas going.
Well, what happened to the electric car?
Oh, some other billionaire fucking bought that up. So now it's a possibility because some billionaire owns the rights to it, I guess.
Yeah. So let me just say this, guys. So when and I want everybody to understand this, because this is why I always get pulled, is our supposed public servants should not be in a dome made of gold. They should not be in a cathedral. They should be right along next door, sitting nut to butt with the DMV. That's where they should be. That's their job, to make sure we can come up one by one and say, why are you raising my taxes? Why are you fucking making me pay for these registration fees? What just happened here in regards to my permit? Why am I paying $80 for a fucking permit? How much does it cost you to make a fucking permit? So they need to be there. They should not be in these giant buildings. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve the money they make. They don't deserve the place where they're at. They deserve nothing. All of them.
They'll get nothing and they'll like it.
Just like we are. You get nothing and like it, motherfucker. Right? Anyway, you guys should check out Derek Bros, Ginkgo Bioworks, the future of bioengineering. And that's really fucking off the cuff. It's not even off the cuff. It's like, man, look. I'll put it this way. If you truly believe that the future of mankind has the future of mankind has a wholesome, organic outlook, and it hasn't been tainted or been compromised, then you have no idea what the fuck's happening. You're gone. but it's getting bad. It puts the needle in the skin, or else it wears the mask again. You sent that to me. That was good.
I think we're going on about 4 hours.
Oh shit! What are we on? 4 hours? Oh shit! It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, I get off at like 10:30, 11 o'clock. It's my Friday night. We need to be out there, guys. We have to be on the 19th. Check it out. DIY Liberty. I'm going to send you guys the links. I'm not going to announce it. Well, I am now. But I think we need to get all these other people involved. Let me go here. We got not people, but other which are going to start working with us, and some have already agreed. We're going with, just give me a second. Okay. Just a moment. So, we got those standing together against corporate governance. RiseUp.org, FreedomCell.org, Derek Bros, Make Americans Free Again, which I think is more of a Trump thing, which I might weed out. TheHealthyAmerican.org, Reclaim Yourselves, New Earth Project, Stories About Your Stories, The Greater Reset, which I think is also Derek Bros, Citizens for the Free Speech, which is Party Exodus, that's us, DOI Liberty, Corona Asuch, I think that's German or Massachusetts, I think. Stop World Control, that's a good movement. Moms Across the America, that's a good movement. Hawaii For Your Rights.org. TruthComesToLight.com. We're all going to band together. We need to get more people out there. We need to be bigger than France. We need to be bigger than Italy. We need to be bigger than all of them. Our job as just caring, considerate, decent human beings, which we're not always. We have our mistakes. But for us to exist on our own, we've got to do something. Because this is going to get horrifically bad quick. And if we don't stop it, it's going to get much worse. We have to do our part. We have to get out there. This isn't about Medicare for all. This isn't about a living wage. This isn't about free college. This isn't about LGBTQ rights and all this other distractions. This is about basically surviving. I know those things are super important. And of course they always need to be helped and addressed. But right now, we need to fucking stay alive. We need to fucking live. Because this is going to be horrifically bad, horrifically terrible, horrifically heinous unless we do what we need to do. And we need to get out there. We need to stop this bullshit. Because it's how much more proof do you need? How much more proof do we all need to let us know that this is fucking bullshit? If you guys need that information, I got a shared document I can share with you, and I'll go over all that information. You'll be able to look at it. You can't edit it. You can always use it, but I'm going to let you know that you can do that. So we're going to sign off. It's a little over 3 o'clock in the morning. I just want to say this. You know why I want to say this? I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say why I want to. Okay. This is fucking over. Okay, here it is. Right? So, I'm not doing this for fucking t-shirts or coffee cups. I'm not doing this because I want super chats. I'm not doing this because I give a fuck about... Oh, bye, Indy. Dude, bring your information. Come and talk to us sometime. Please, bring your information. Bring your proof. Bring everything you got. Free Thinker just oh
Hey,
God,
Free
Free
Thinker.
Thinker just shut up. I think we need to stay on another 24 hours for that. But I want you guys to know this. All my shows, my blog talk radios that I've done since 2014. I give a fuck. Sorry, I want your kids, I want my kids, I want theirs after to play in the same rivers, oceans, dig in the same good soil that I used to, and enjoy their lives and be free to do what they want to do, as long as they're not total assholes. But I want to make sure that everybody has that opportunity, and I don't see that. I don't see that for them. I don't see that for a lot of people. 8 a.m. in Yorkshire. That is on its arse. Oh my God, Kanawana. Not go in the depth by the time they hit 18. Stevie, you need to put the fire out. All right. I don't know what that means. Do you want to dissect that? Stevie, you need to put the fire out? He just said that to you.
I don't know. I mean, if there's a fire, I'll put it out. Oh, that's cool. You'll be in our neck of the woods.
Indy, I wish you'd come by or just talk to us or just her background. All right. He means it.
Oh, literally like my background.
Oh, go back. Okay.
Oh.
Anyway.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
Anyway,
Nothing to see
Indy's
here.
one
No
of
fire.
our best friends. I love that guy so much. I wish he'd just understand what we're trying to do and where we're at. I mean, Stevie, she thinks you know what? She fucking argues. Babe, you argue with me all the time. I thank you for your input. You're amazing. Amazing. And the fire's burning down behind you. It's awesome. But anyway, guys.
I'll fight anybody.
That's right.
Care.
That's cool. All right, we're going to get going all. It's kind of late.
Get in there.
So
All
we're
right.
going to do Shaka, Aloha. Well, this is your show. Sorry.
Well,
What-
so
what-
you're my guest. So as my guest, we'll do your sign off, which is Shaka.
Love you guys. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, it's so
Peace.
good having everybody here.
I know. Good seeing you guys. Stay
Later,
connected.
y'all.